Hello, hello. Hello. Hi, The Real Daisy May. Hi, Toasty Sparkles. Green Gelatin. Can you all hear me? Let me know if how the audio is. Thank you for being here with such short notice, but please let me know if you are able to hear me or not. Perfect? Oh, good. Fantastic. Thank you. Sounds fine. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. Things are a little bit wonky on this end sometimes, so it's always good when I know exactly what is going on your end and if you can hear me okay. It is? Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you, Sergeant Wobbles, and welcome. I'm glad. Hopefully, it doesn't pick up too much of the background noise because, the temperature is warmer, and with that comes a lot of activity outside, which I cannot control for. So, hopefully, it won't be problematic. How is everyone this evening? I hope you have all had a good week. And what we will be doing this evening is talking about the week that Foodie has had because a lot of interesting things have been going on, some of which I have noted in the title to this stream, Mess Mold and MBAs. And the MBAs was particularly interesting to me and what she had to say about that, especially in relation to her husband. So we'll be talking about some of those things this evening. You're slowing down for the day? Yeah, I barely knew I was going live either, but I'm glad to be live and I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're all here. Good to see you too, Vacant Star Agency. Hi, spectator. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to everyone, and thank you for being here on such short notice. I figured it was a decent way to end the week, especially, well, number one, I haven't done a live in approximately 2 weeks, but also Foodie has been up to a bunch of stuff, I think. This week it has been great. You celebrated your nephew's 100 days. That's fantastic. That is definitely an accomplishment, a milestone. Did I see the mouse she has in her apartment? So I guess let's start off right there. Is it a mouse or is it like a water bug? I saw something scurry across her floor when she was, quote, cleaning. But was it a mouse or was it like a giant roach? Now, regardless of what it is, it shouldn't be surprising given the state of her apartment. How did it get like that? Better yet, why did it get like that? It's a cozy, rainy Friday. And the surprise stream works. Yeah, I think so too. It's pretty cozy and kind of like semi-raining on my end over here as well. A water bug that oh, they get big. They get big and they fly too. Did you know that? They fly. It had a tail? Oh, really? I didn't see the tail. What I saw was kind of blurry and I saw it scurry across the floor, but I know that water bugs are very quick also. But how did she get her apartment that way? And why did she get her apartment that way? It's bringing back the villa. And the villa was larger, and it was 2 people and 3 cats. And yet we can say it's proportionately comparable. Hey, Rebecca Tracy, still hot in Australia? You think it's a mouse? So she always says that it's depression. And one of the things, or whether it's an excuse or explanation that she had given about the state of the villa subsequent to moving out and going to Kuwait, was that it got that way because both she and Pete were depressed. And it was because of their depression that the entire villa got that way. She is saying a similar thing now as far as her depression is concerned. But it seems like it got that way very, very quickly. Yeah, I agree. She hasn't trashed anything, probably since her aunt was there. Well, it was the KFC with the mold, and it was bags on the couch that had the grease on them. Those were like greasy bags. So she had ordered things, eaten the contents, and then just left like the greasy bags, not even on the floor, but on the couch, the fabric clown couch. The trash chutes will attract rodents or bugs to her place versus the villa. Well, she also keeps that window open, and although she says that there's a screen, it flips out, and I think that part is open to the outside. So any bugs can come in through the window regardless of how high up she is. Oh, yeah, she has been acting off, and we will be talking about that. I put up a post last night, and I asked if it's been snowing in Beezerland, because there have been a couple of things that have happened, both right around the time of the last live stream that I did, and since then, that might speak to her peculiar behavior, maybe. Yeah, exactly. She moved the garbage from the kitchen and the bedroom to her couch. Absolutely. But then if you got a peek of her bedroom, there were like piles of things there as well. And then she took the jeans, which were on the floor in the kitchen, and she threw them into her bedroom. So she just moved things from like one room to another. And that reminds me of what she did in Kuwait. It was right around this time of year when she had gone to, I want to say, Doha for her birthday for 3 days. She came back, and then she said she was going to clean. And I remember her then just moving things around from like one place to another, picking something up from one side of the living room, taking it to the other. And she considered that cleaning. And what she did specifically with her clothing items, just throwing them into the other room, reminded me of that. And then she also added the pieces of information that the spare bedroom or the den was also apparently a disaster. So the entire apartment is a disaster. Like, she's barely in that den. So why would that be a wreck? Why is she wrecking that as well? She picked up the pair. Oh, yeah, the pair of jeans. Yes. Yes. She wore jeans just the other day, and that was the only time. Yep. Hello, more, less, or other. Yeah, her cleaning style is just moving things around. But I do agree that she probably hasn't done much of any cleaning in a while. And then why are all of like those food items all over the kitchen? Now, you guys know I've talked about it before and the special interest content that she makes. And it's like, if all of the contents of your fridge are outside of the fridge, that means like you're doing a lot of things with them. So all of this talk of, oh, I haven't eaten anything all day. Oh, this is my first meal of the day. Well, yeah, it's your first meal of the day if you're waking up at 4, but then like, why is your whole fridge all over the island? I don't know. Yeah, the den is a junk drawer. I mean, I guess. And then we saw her 2 weeks ago. As far as BG's litter box is concerned, she cleaned it out approximately 2 weeks ago. And we saw how long it took her to clean it out, which means that she was cleaning it, that she hadn't cleaned it for quite some time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to stand there scooping and scooping and scooping. Therefore, her argument that BG's things are pristine doesn't hold any water at all. BG's things are not pristine. We saw her scooping that litter box. Now, of course, she went ahead and posted a picture of it. I believe it was today or yesterday, showing how nice and neat it is. But that's because like people called her out and people threatened to call animal welfare on her for the state of her apartment and forcing BG to live in that mess with mold. It really is amazing how she exists. It truly is. Hi, Daniel Bashner. Welcome. Like, I just don't understand how somebody can do not much of anything and be in that state. But yet somehow she's always busy. Busy doing what? Sealing? Keeping tabs on Salah? Keeping tabs on somebody else? I don't know. I've never seen somebody do less. And then this sudden rental of a car out of nowhere is very peculiar, and it lines up with her strange behavior the last week or so. She really did. Yeah. She really did. And I believe today she was like extremely on edge, even though it had more to do with her trip to get those cheese curds. Like ever since the threat of SPCA came about, she's been quite tense. I've noticed that as well. Good observation. Yeah, her audience is kind of like coming for her and expressing how not happy they are. Well, what's interesting is she talked about being poor and needing money and told, I believe it was Strawberries and Cream, that she can pay for her to do stuff or get more cheese or whatever it is. However, I believe it was yesterday she was talking about her taxes. And she made the comment of, oh, well, I guess like the more I make, the more they take, huh? Maybe it's best for me to make less. That indicates that she's doing okay. Because why would you say that unless you weren't? So I was wondering that as well, Sergeant Wobbles, if that has something to do with the special content that she makes. Now, we know her using that grabber is part of that whole world, the struggle content. There's like individuals who like to see that and who pay for that. But is the mess part of that as well, like the unsanitary conditions? That I don't know, but I did wonder that as well. I would not be surprised. Let's put it that way. I think so too. I think she's doing okay, plus all of the things that she purchases. So the last week, she has been very peculiar. Her behavior has been stranger than usual, or just the manner that it's being expressed. Yeah, why would she disclose the state of her apartment? She knows how people are going to react to it because it happened in the villa. Let's not forget the pot, the blue pot with the mold in it. So what is she trying to do? Is she trying to elicit a reaction in order to get more engagement so that she could earn more? Hey XYZ and welcome. She rescinded the cheese offer to buy buttered chicken later. Interesting. I know she had several rich meals, to put it that way. But yeah, I would not be surprised, unless she's just not thinking straight. Now, the parts that I find interesting, and the reason for my post last night asking about the weather in Beezerland, is because there just have been a couple of things over the last few weeks, along with her behavior, that indicate that something might be going on, something that she used to perhaps engage in the past. Let's remember, and we talked about this last time, the mysterious knock on the door. And she stopped her live. So this was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. She stopped her live. And then she said that it was somebody who had knocked on her neighbor's door, but then she said that BG had gotten very stressed by it all. BG wouldn't get stressed if somebody's knocking on your neighbor's door. Definitely not in the way that she is trying to portray it. Let's not forget, in between, there was also a nosebleed. Just putting it out there. There was a nosebleed. I don't seem to recall her having had one of those. Maybe not ever, unless I'm forgetting from a long, long time ago. Definitely not in Kuwait. I don't remember her having a nosebleed. I don't remember her having a nosebleed in Syria. But then all of a sudden, she has a nosebleed. The thinkabouts? Are these the thinkabouts? It's been snowing in Canada. Yeah, for sure. And then just yesterday, I believe it was, she turned off the camera in order to allegedly blow her nose. She does all sorts of gross things on camera all the time for almost 8 years. Why would you go off camera in order to blow your nose? It's just weird. And then we have her peculiar behavior. And then we have her randomly renting a car to do not much of anything but go into the woods and yell out, "Daddy." Now, those things might have nothing to do with one another. They might have nothing to do with one another at all. But if we look at them all together, I don't know, maybe they point to something. Is her Ozempic causing her problems? I think it might be causing her some gastric problems, but it doesn't seem to be stopping her. So, for example, she got Starbucks, even though coffee tends to be a laxative oftentimes in many people. And if you know you're already having problems, why are you indulging the way you are? Like, it's not stopping her or changing her behaviors. Like, she would avoid drinking the coffee if she was having the gastric problem. So I don't really know what she's doing. It's just like she's going to indulge herself and she doesn't care about the consequences. There's easier ways to drive engagement without threatening hierarchy of needs. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Drive Montreal adjacent. If she did that, we'd rumor for weeks. Yeah. For sure. Real Daisy May, you think it's substances again? I mean, exactly. She's on all these medications and it doesn't seem to be changing much of her behavior. She's eating a lot of rich meals. She's eating them as frequently as ever, and the state of her apartment speaks to that. That's the thing. All of those things on her kitchen island, all of those greasy bags on the couch, those open cans of drinks all over the couch. And let's pause there for a second and take those open cans all over the couch, and it makes us remember what Salah had said about her water bottles littering the whole apartment. Remember that when they got into that argument in the car right at the very end of Kuwait arc? And then she made him give like a hostage apology? Yeah, I think that nosebleed was a signal too, just because it hasn't happened before. That's not something that I'm aware of her having an issue with. Did she get them when she was on her blood pressure medications? See, I don't remember. Okay. Doing other things at the same time. Yeah. See, that explains it, right? I have to stream a minimum of 6 hours a day thing. Well, it could. Like, why does she have to stream a minimum of 6 hours a day? Does it have to do with her pay rate? Is she had the same type of language that she used when she was in Kuwait. I keep going back to the 12-hour live stream that she did. That was in April of last year. And then the grifts were a series of grifts thereafter. She is becoming more illiterate. I'm noticing that as well. She doesn't want people to see her drive. Well, she shouldn't be streaming in her car then. It's like she wants to have it both ways. On the one hand, she's arguing with people saying that, oh, I got the car and I'm here to give you content. But then she doesn't want people watching her drive. You think she was last night, Bella Italian? And welcome. Yeah, it's just odd. And bruising, 1111, make a wish, everyone. May everyone's dreams come true. And may everybody be happy and have great health, being that that's what we're talking about. She's had her fingers up. Yes, she has. Yes, she has. Yes, I've noticed that as well. She has. And that's when she turned, that was after she did that, the fingers up the nose, after she turned off the camera to allegedly blow her nose, which, sure, many people do. They turn off their camera to do that, but she does all of her bodily functions out in the open for everyone to see. What is blowing your nose in comparison to passing gas and other things that she does, scratching and sniffing herself and all of the other things? Foodie's no longer on blood thinners, as she says anyway. I don't think we can take anything that she says at face value. I think she just throws things out there. Who knows what she's on and what she's taking when? Hey, Nora. Welcome. Yeah, she'll drive out somewhere and cut it off. Like, so weird. Snowy weather is known to cause nasal irritation. I agree. I mean, she's been going out in the cold all season long and she hasn't had a nosebleed. But now she's having nosebleeds right around the time that she's getting knocks on her door and behaving rather erratically and yelling a lot. I sure did see the mold. Yep, in that box. And that's not something that happens in a day. That box has been sitting there for a while. And we've been speculating that it's probably been there for about 2 weeks because that was when her aunt was there. And she had the apartment kind of tidy when the aunt came over for her birthday. Yeah, she usually likes, disgusting everybody and doing gross things, uncouth things. So why turn off your camera to blow your nose? And then your fingers are up your nose. I do? You think so, Otter Girl? Well, thank you. I'm glad it's coming off that way. So something is going on with Foodie. Snowy weather, possibly. Yeah, she's always proud of the gross things she does. She thinks they're funny and then gets into the whole argument of people should accept her how she is and that she shouldn't have to change for anyone. Yeah, that like greenish purple blanket. Yeah, it did not happen in a day, as Rome didn't. If that KSC is from that day, she would have started eating it to yeah, exactly. I don't think the mold would have stopped her. She would have said that it's penicillin and it will help her. She's hiding from something or someone, driving out into the wilderness by herself and driving 2 hours away to buy 2 packs of cheese. Is that the only thing she bought, though? And I don't mean in a store. Where is she driving off to? For what? She just rented a car to get the 2 packs of cheese? I don't know. She's always saying that for Salah. Which part? about like trying to do better, be better, what she's eating. This is the first meal she's eating. Yeah, I think so too. I think a lot of that is for Salah. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Has he not been showing up as much in her chats? Because I haven't caught all of her lives, but has he been less of a frequent visitor? Because it seems like that's part of the puzzle too, as far as her erratic behavior. He's around less. There's the rumor about the wife and him expecting in September. And then there's all of this. She has a rental car. Why isn't she going to medical? Yeah, she hasn't gone to a single doctor except to this, allegedly to the ER, I believe, or an urgent care since she's been back. It's been 6 months since she's been back, everyone. 6 months. Remember, she had her annual plan of all the things that she was going to do in a year? She hasn't done a single thing. She would definitely need to be going to the doctors with all of those medications that she's on, and she would need labs, but she claims that she doesn't. The KFC incident reminded you of the girl? Yes, Girl Interrupted. Yes. The one that Brittany Murphy, I believe, played. Yeah, she's the one who accepts her for herself, but it's like she fails to realize that the things that she does are not things that need to be accepted. Like being uncouth in public is not something that anybody needs to accept. I don't know if she did stop off. However, she has made an argument that the outhouse is simply an outhouse. And that was like within the last month or so. She was going on talking about that. Today or yesterday, she had a lot to say about desperation as far as the person from the Gatineau days. Hi, Only Me, Kimberly. Welcome. Thank you for joining. She rents cars and all she does is eat and eat. Yeah, like renting cars. Like she went to New York just to get some food. What? You think he's always watching? That Salah's always watching her? Do you think it's like to make sure that she's streaming her 6 hours a day? Or is it to see that like she's not eating? Because we know that that's a sore spot for him. Oh yeah, she's totally being bankrolled. I think it has to do, and I've been saying this for many many months since she was in Kuwait. Actually, that I do think her special interest content is where she makes like the majority of her income. Yes, she has canceled her telehealth appointments as well. I don't think she sticks to much of anything. And I do think, yes, C was the busy probably has to do with her making that content. Because again, I think it was yesterday that she said, yeah, I'll be back in like 30 to 45 minutes. That's a very specific amount of time for her to put it that way. Unless you mean Salah is busy and working. Well, we'll get to that because she had something to say about that as well. He didn't like people bashing him because of her nonsense about the plug. When she bashed him because like he didn't call her or respond to her when she wanted him to, and he claims it's because he didn't have a charger. But at the same time, a couple of days after that whole thing happened, she was talking about how she doesn't have chargers and how she should have taken some from Salah because he always has them laying around. Ah, so which is it? Salah didn't have a charger for his phone to respond to her, or does he have so many they're all over the place? She's spying on him, you think? Well, I don't know. If there's any truth to this whole thing that he got married and is expecting, I think it's probably sending her over the edge. And that could be the reason why she's spiraling. You wouldn't put it past her to not have spoken to Salah in weeks and still be convinced that they are together. Okay, so a couple of things about that, spectator. Thank you, because that was something I wanted to talk about. So the other day he was in her chat, and it was after she had gone and had her caricature drawn. And she was explaining the whole thing to him, and it was like several days later, which was weird because if they talk all the time, or multiple times a day, as she likes to say, why would she be just then on that live days later showing him the caricature and explaining who did it, who drew it, and when, and how it came to be? That stood out to me because it's peculiar. This is the person who you allegedly talk to all of the time. Surely he would have seen it. And if he didn't see it in real time, surely all of the times that you've spoken to him since then, you would have mentioned it. Hey, I went downtown. I got my picture done. Why is it coming up then? Also, she introduced her seal pillow to him in that same conversation. She's had the seal pillow since when? January? February? But you're showing it to him now as if it's a new thing, a novelty? What's up with that? I thought that was very odd. So maybe he isn't around as often as she would like us to think he is. So Otter Girl, she said that she had fire inspection come and knock on her door and that they came by. And I think that's the first time that has happened since she's been there. Now, yes, that could have been something that they had scheduled. She mentioned that they had told her 2 weeks ago. But I wonder if it does have something to do with people reporting the state of her apartment. And I wouldn't be surprised if that continues to happen, especially if the background continues to be a mess. You think it's giving Swordfish breakup era, how she would always be doing something to distract herself? I think she is trying to distract herself. And I wonder if it has to do with Salah's alleged situation. If he's monitoring her for spending, I don't know, because she's spending a lot. His monitoring clearly isn't going very far. Oh, she was saying hello. So I have not seen her today. So she was saying hello to Salah in chat, and then she caught herself and said teardrop. So what we suspected that it was Teardrop. Teardrop's the only person who she trusts. Yeah, I don't think he's been in chat in a while. Her introducing things to him that he should have known about, even if he wasn't participating in chat, but just watching, like those two things, the caricature and the pillow, it just didn't make sense. Especially the pillow that she's had for a while. Surely he's seen it. He's seen her laying on it. She's always laying on it. Why no impulse crash out? If she believed it was even remotely true, she'd lose it. Plus, it'd drive engagement. Maybe it's just a bit too real. Maybe she wants to deny it until she can't deny it anymore. Yes, he is busy with his business. And I don't know if you guys heard, he has an MBA. Did you guys catch that? An MBA, a Master's in Business Administration. Yes, your significant other would be the first person or one of the first people you would send that to, text that to. Take a picture and send it to him. So Salah has a business. She doesn't want to tell us what it is, but she said it's an MBA. She was trying to say what, a good catch he is and how well she did. And then she went on to explain how she doesn't believe in somebody being desperate, and that when she was with the swordfish, that wasn't desperation, that was her being nice. I think her apartment is worse than the Thailand hotel. I have to see that clip. I have to see the clip of where she tells on herself again. It sounds like rule number 2. Could she be using her second phone to be Salah in the chat? I would not put it past her. Wouldn't put it past her. Or some type of chat GPT or whatever she's running in the background. I would not be surprised. Yeah, sometimes somebody else is Salah because just the syntax is just not necessarily his. It's the use of grammar is just not his. And that's not to say anything against him, but I believe writing is a fingerprint. Everybody's is unique and you can kind of tell, and sometimes what pops up is not him. I think she's trying to fool herself. Well, she said he has an MBA. From the same place she got her YouTube plaque. I mean, yeah, but then Foodie's the one who keeps changing, her educational background. Every time she tells the story, it becomes longer and longer. She has told Salah 2 different stories about her educational background. But now she's changing his educational background for the sake of the viewers. And he's not there to correct the story, so she's just going to say whatever it is that she wants to say. Oh, I cannot wait to see it. When she realizes she messed up, she always does it to herself. Yeah, you realize the grammar, no nudes, and you're Swedish. Yeah, it just doesn't line up. There's a specific way that he talks or writes and how everybody writes, and it's not his. And the way that she's been responding to those comments is just different. It's a bit stilted. As much as she tries for it not to be, it's a bit stilted. But yes, he has his MBA. Now, what I do remember him saying, and this was in that fight that they had in the car right at the very end of Kuwait, what he did say was that he does have a degree, a bachelor's degree in business, but not necessarily a master's degree. He never said that. So I don't know why she's saying that unless she doesn't know what an MBA is, or if she's just making things up off the top of her head, especially given her current state, if she's just doing that just because. MBA must be artificial. Oh my goodness. Must be AI. We know she loves her AI. Maybe she's doing a diploma mill with it. I would not be surprised. So yeah, a lot of interesting behavior that seems to have escalated since the rumor of Salah's supposed marriage and soon-to-be child started circulating. I feel like she's become a bit more unhinged since then. Yes, she does change. When it's really him, she does change. Yep. Baby voice, tries to be all cute and sweet. Speaks differently, isn't as vulgar, isn't as vile, isn't as crass. Yes, she has been making up a lot of stories, and I think that she does that typically when she wants to get further and further away from something that is true in the immediate sense. So, for example, if it's true that he is married or about to be married or about to be a father, that's something that's true in proximity, and she's trying to get as far away from that. So she'll just make like up all of these random stories. The thing that she does, I noticed. She is highly suggestible. Well, I don't know, except for content, right? She's not suggestible when it comes to her content because she just lays there. Well, yeah, and it also has to do, as far as like he could tell her the sky is a shade of yellow and she'll believe it. That has to do with her just like having no sense of self whatsoever. And she always just absorbs the ways, beliefs, mannerisms of those around her, which brings me to my other point, and we talked about it last time, but it's become a lot more frequent since the yos. The yos are dropping frequently. Has anyone noticed that? Sometimes it's like every other sentence, yo this, yo that. And she made a comment and she said, oh, I like yoing, or something to that effect that she said. Like, where did that come from? Why has she been doing that? We know who uses that word a lot. And being that she absorbs the mannerisms of those around her, and being that she's been exhibiting all of this other odd behavior, could that be an indicator of something? And the fact that she came up with the explanation today that no, she was not desperate with that swordfish. She was just being nice. That was her being nice. Is there something to that? The frequency of the yos? Because that has escalated in the last 2 weeks. And I say the last 2 weeks because that's the last time that I did the live. And I've been, keeping my eye on her, and it's just becoming more and more frequent. She's been more agitated. Yeah, today she was, especially the little bit that I saw of her today with the cheese curd. She was getting very agitated when people were making comments about it. Which is like contrast to her, I don't care. People could say whatever they want. People could do whatever they want. And I don't care. Like, but suddenly you do. Why is that? Why are you being a little bit more sensitive than usual? Yeah, we would have heard about the MBA. She threw it out there though. And what I can try to do is we can try. I'm not going to say that I'm going to pull it off successfully because this is only the third live stream and I've never shown any video before. We can try to take a look at Barbecue Chillin's video and you'll see where she talks about the MBA. I think it's clipped in that. You notice the language too, Bella Italian? Yep, those yos. Yo, yo, yo. But yeah, that MBA was a new one. You don't believe he's having a baby? She's trying to make content instead of losing more viewers. Has she lost viewers though? Like, I'm not keeping an eye on like what's going on her Kick in that way. I know she says that she's over there because she likes the fact that she gets the weekly paycheck, but I think she's over there because it's a bit more lax as far as like the type of content that she wants to make, which is eating. She can't do that on YouTube. So I think that's why she's really over on Kick, just to be able to continue that and not have to switch back and forth. And she had the plan that she was going to do vlogs on YouTube and everything else on Kick, but I mean, let's be real, her content is eating and she can only do that over there. She's exceptionally evil and vile. MBA, your jaw dropped when she said MBA. You heard that, Bella Italian? She said MBA. He has an MBA. And bro, where did that come from? So supposedly the swordfish uses that a lot. She would say it back in the day when she was around him. But now she's saying it a lot. And supposedly she would never So why the yo's all of a sudden? She never said it in Kuwait. She never said yo in Kuwait. She never said yo in Syria. She never really said yo in the beginning when she got back to Canada back in like October, November. But then it started and then it picked up and now it's very frequent. Yes, master's in business administration. Mr. Lauren, master's in business administration. That's what she said. I don't think it is just Kick eyes on this. I think it's her side activities. So when she says that, oh, I'll be back in 30 to 45 minutes, I think something else is going on that is bringing in some money. She lost 1,000 viewers or sub. Really? I mean, I know there's like a whole scandal around that too. Like if the 100 and whatever thousand are really legitimate ones. Yep, yo and bro. Yes, yo and bro. Yes. To me, in my mind, they're the same. And she uses them interchangeably all the time. But both of those, yo and bro, are coming out a lot. Why isn't he outing her if she's seeing him? I wonder. Is there cash involved? Is it around substances? Is it around, I don't know. Pure speculation. Let's be clear. This is all speculation. And again, we're just going based on her behavior in the past and making the connections to what is happening in the present. But we know that when he was in the picture, the yos and bros were there. And the yos and bros are happening now. We know there were substances when the swordfish was around, and now we're having nosebleeds and knocks on the door and fingers up the nose and cameras going off at odd times that don't make sense. Now, it's 5:30 Saturday morning there. Coffee. And a hand to hold for this. Oh, I'm sorry. I know. Like the things, covering foodie is just like ick. But here we are. Your jaw dropped on the MBA. Where did that come from? From Foodie's mind. From her trying to say that Salah was like a good catch and how well she did with him. Yeah, there was a rumor that some of the subs may have, like there was the sub for sub scheme that she did a couple of years back. And that supposedly grew her subscribers. And then there were like rumors. They were purely rumors. Like there's no concrete proof that all of a sudden, like if you look at platforms allegedly that like show these types of like data points, that like all of a sudden there was like this spike in her subscribers. And it alludes to the fact that they could have been in fact purchased, but I don't know. She never seems stressed about money and always spend. Yeah, she spends on junk. Accumulating all this junk. And she said just the other day, she was saying about how much progress she made when she was with and I think that's what the wording that she used when I was with Salah, almost making it sound like past tense, which I thought was interesting. But how like she paid off a lot of her debts. And now she kind of alluded to the fact that she only has 5 to go. But a couple of months ago, she said that she had 20K to go. Now it's 5K. So is that to say that she paid off 15? Or is she just throwing numbers out there, hoping nobody's like keeping track? Or did she say that so that Salah could think that she is in fact paying off her debts? Maybe she's having legal issues, so she has to behave and stay quiet. Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's having legal issues. Because, yeah, him and Dee. Are they done, though? I don't think that he and Dee are necessarily done. I think he was still living in her place, last I heard. When she came out and when Dee came out and made that video, like she wouldn't answer those questions, but she said something that kind of implied that he was at her house. Blocking so many people. Yeah, isn't it funny who gets blocked and who doesn't? I don't know. She must be making herself sick, or maybe it just doesn't affect her. I really don't know. It's hard to say. Spending sprees on junk. She confessed that he did not have a job when, yeah, her stories are inconsistent. Very inconsistent, the stories. But I do think he is more capable than she is. Just to drive to get all this takeout food and sit at home and rage. Yeah, what got her to leave her apartment? She doesn't like leaving her apartment. Yet she went and rented a car. You think they were treating her apartment for pests? If that's the case, then BG shouldn't be in there, though. That's the thing. But then again, like, she doesn't have any consideration for BG and her well-being. If she did, her house wouldn't be that way. She wouldn't be spraying all those things that she does and burning. I don't know if she's still burning candles or whatever she's doing. Like, she has no consideration for BG. She thought it was funny that poor BG was sitting like all the way in the corner of that clown couch because like the garbage was taking up most of it. And again, all of that garbage on her fabric couch. Not a clean environment at all. Whatsoever. And nothing that she does makes sense. Nothing at all. Even sitting around and sealing like all day, every day makes no sense. She said once again that she was going to try to create a schedule, a streaming schedule or a content schedule. But how many times has she said that? Has she ever stuck to it? No, never. Yeah, keeping a home clean. Yeah. It's not like she lives alone. And even if it was just her, like she shouldn't be living like that. I know. Poor BG. Bugs, mold, mess. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know what she's doing. Or if she's taking it, she's eating through it because of her side gig. Remember, and we talked about this last time, the same stream, I believe it was, that she told us that she was starting that medication. She was also crying. And she also said that she doesn't make that much or whatever. To me, that was an indicator of fear that the medication would cut off this other source of income, or at least be a hindrance to her making that type of content. So Foodie doesn't have a strong will with much of anything, but I think when it comes to food and making that content, she would will herself through it, even if the medication was working. Bye, Otter Girl. Have a good sleep. Thank you so much for being here and for your sweet words. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. She always says she's busy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking about that earlier because it's like I haven't, been around and it's because I'm busy and I'm like, my busy and Foodie's busy, or not just my busy, but most people's busy is not the same as like Foodie's busy. So it just doesn't make sense. You're busy, but your house is a disaster. Nothing gets done. This list of goals you had, not a single one has even been touched, but yet you're always busy. So what is it that you're busy with? What are you really doing? You think she's eating the gummies? She's doing something off camera. For sure. She's definitely up to something. And I don't know, the breathing seems worse. Everything just seems worse. Her breathing is very labored. She'll just like shift positions and she's breathing so heavily. I can't imagine the degree of discomfort that she's in. But I think like she also doesn't care. I don't think she cares. Yeah, and that's the thing, Bella Italian. Like, there are, yes, all of that is true. But did she even go see a doctor? Or was this all? I mean, I think she got the medication virtually. So maybe whoever she spoke to is not aware of her history. We know that she's not forthcoming with anything. So who knows what she told that doctor? And I really think that it had to do with Salah. Her allegedly even going on it had to do with Salah, because I think that he canceled the Malaysia trip because of her condition. Because it got canceled prior to world events. And I think he was the one who said, forget it. Or he canceled it because he went and got married. I'm like, who knows? But I think it came from him. And also, if he paid for everything, why was she allegedly on the phone with the airline because there was an issue or a situation? What that said to me was that she didn't get the refund or the full refund that she was expecting on her credit card. There was an issue, so she was calling the airline to sort it out. She wasn't calling on behalf of Salah, not knowing his name or all of his names, not knowing his birthday and all of that. Her meds were buried under that hoard on her couch. She's not taking any of her meds. Her meds and everything else is under there. The Quran book that she got was on the floor. She tried to blame that on BG, although it was on the floor for days because it was there during other streams as well. Only me, Kimberly, I think so too. I think it was all online and it all went by what she told these doctors or clinic or website. I think it was all just like self report. So they're probably not even aware of her clotting history or any of her other medical history for that matter. I don't know. It's not good. The whole situation. And it's BG who I worry about. A mess. And I'm sure that like we're going to see the apartment in that condition again. It's not like a one-time thing, obviously. And I think like in Kuwait, the only reason it didn't get that bad, it was bad. Again, he told us about the water bottles all over the place. But I think the reason why it didn't get that bad, well, no, I take that back. Remember the pineapple rotting on the couch. But like mold, it didn't get to the point of mold is just because Salah was around. Yeah, no, they don't know her weight, her blood, nothing. Mm-mm. And whatever she's taking, the insulin, the metformin, whatever she is or isn't taking, her mental health medication, it's very likely not in the right dosages. Those need to be tweaked or changed or something. But she wouldn't know because she never gets anything checked. So do you guys want to take a look at Barbecue Chillin's video? Because I think she covers the MBA piece and the part about her not being desperate when it came to swordfish. Yeah, they need her labs. Well, I mean, she said that she hadn't been to the dentist in over 10 years, and I do believe that. I think she just avoids doctors in general. And she hasn't been gotten any labs in quite a while, except for those times that she did wind up in the ER. She said a story just the other day about how she wasn't able to pee in the cup in Syria because they needed to get her urine and she wasn't able to do it. And Salah's aunt was involved and all of that. So is it a matter that she wasn't able to? Maybe. I could imagine it's very difficult, or also maybe a bit that she didn't want to. Because Salah's aunt offered to help her get the pee in the cup so that they could test it, but she refused. All of a sudden, Foodie's shy. When it comes to her health and people helping her to find out what's going on, she's all shy. She's shy with the doctors, with Salah's aunt, with everything. Okay, I will try to do the video. This is the first time I'm doing this, so please be patient. I might not be able to pull it off, but we'll try. We'll try. Let's see. Let's see here. Let me know when the screen changes, if you're able to see her. Shy, embarrassed. Yeah, she is embarrassed because she knows the truth and the reality. Is it working? Is it working? She says she went in and told everyone to stop asking about her health and weight gaining. Yeah. Yeah, she was talking about the nun's cap, I believe is what she referred to it as, that's what is available to her here, but not there. And she wasn't able to. Oh, yeah, you could see. Oh, look at me learning. Oh, I'm trying, guys. Yay. All right, let me see. I probably have to turn my mic off. There's no sound? Hold on, let me see. So you're able to see, but there's no sound. Okay, let me see. Let me see.
She's breathing in mold. Where? She's breathing in mold. Like, her box is everything for her is pristine. you know, and whenever it gets messy, it doesn't stay that way long. It took me, what, 40 minutes? I don't know where these people get that she's starving and might eat the garbage in the house. She has a dish of food. I don't understand where people get that from. So go check my community tab. She has a dish of food, okay? Thank you. Yeah, I know that sometimes my house can be cleaner, but like, it's never to the point where there's mold and all kinds of shit. Like, there's a bit of clutter, stuff like that. Like, you know, but the floors are clear. There's only one garbage bag. You know, like, give me a break. But anyway, she literally has food all the time. No. I had a fire inspection today. They didn't come in my house, but if they come, if somebody makes dumb reports, every report they gotta take seriously and they gotta investigate it, so whatever. I don't care. My house is clean. I mean, unless it's extremely bad, they're not gonna really do shit. They're just like full on making stuff up. Like, she most likely eats mold. Most likely is not truth, okay?
So we all saw the critter that went across her floor. Mouse or bug? Today she said she never even saw a beetle, is what she said today, if I'm not mistaken. But again, she keeps that window open. And even though she likes to pretend that there's a screen on part of it, but like you have to push it out in order to open it. So it's possible that bugs do come in that way, regardless of how high up she is. Mouse? Well, she does have all of that cardboard that she never throws out either from all of her packages. She's always complaining about how she has to go to the recycling. It did seem very small. And I think a lot of mice are a lot smaller than we think. Like, in reality, they're smaller than they seem. But either way, there is some type of a critter in the home. And it was probably attracted there either because of all of the food that she has laying around, things that are rotting, all of the cardboard and all of the packaging that she has. So let's see what else Foodie has to say. Yeah, I'm glad the sound is working. And thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it, and for all of the feedback. Let's continue with our girl.
No, but like, seriously, like, yeah, it's messy, but like, come on. Not to the point where my cat should be taken away. Like, give me a break. She has a water fountain. She has a glass of water. She has a water dish and a dish of food. It's in my closet because all her toys are there. She, for some reason, just started bringing all her toys in my closet, so... But yeah, I know my house was pretty, like, it was just all clutter. It took me 10 minutes. Not all garbage. I only had the garbage was from KFC that I had for that day at lunch. You know, but it's all gone now.
Okay, let's take a look. This is the living condition. This is what the apartment turned into in a matter of 2 weeks. BG would have attacked anything that moves. Yes. Maybe BG's bringing her actual mice and she just doesn't know the difference. But let's take a look at this. The surroundings, the environment. Like, look at all of that stuff on the island. And that loaf of bread, she claims that it's been there for months. Which means that that's probably got a whole bunch of mold on it too, that she's probably not paying attention to. But like, are we surprised that this situation has attracted critters? I mean, I'm just sitting here staring at it, just like in shock. Yeah, exactly. If people didn't pick up after themselves, it would look like that. But like, I don't know, like, I don't know. I'm trying to see if we could discern, like, look at the bag on the left. From another angle, it has like all the greasy spots on it. Trash bags under the island, yup, and probably packaging of some kind as well. But just like piles and piles of, I don't even know what it is, just junk. Trash bags everywhere. She's on a higher floor. Would a mouse have got in easily? It really depends. I'm not sure if the floor has much to do with it. I mean, I don't know. If there was a mouse in the building, it could have, and then just like it found its way there because it was attracted by like what we're seeing on the screen. I don't know. Yeah, her bedroom is bad too. It's just as bad. And she said the den is bad as well. It's like, why the den? Like, she's barely ever in there. Definitely a hoarder house. And yeah, she sleeps next to the litter box. And she had moved the litter box into the den at one point. I don't know if everyone remembers that, but she had. But it's like, yeah, it could come through the trash chute, whatever the case may be. But it's like, she can't even walk through that apartment the way it is. I don't look at the can. Let me see if I can. I think there's a delay when I move it, when I move on my end based on what you see. But look at the can in the foreground, lower left. Just like a can. And if there's liquid in there, we know it's going to spill and it's just going to get everything just like sticky and gross. Has the 19th floor been confirmed? I don't know. She does seem to be high up there, though. Trucks, traffic, people getting louder from the sidewalk. Yeah, sometimes it is noisy. Trash chutes, critters stick to the chutes, but I could see something being attracted to. Yeah. I mean, look at the can. I don't know. The cans are what gets me. Oh, and here's another can also. Here's another one. All the way. You see where the red line is? Where the red line starts from the player? There's another can right there. And remember, Salah told us that she leaves the bottom. She leaves liquid on the bottom. So all of that stuff has the potential, if it hasn't already, spilled onto the clown couch. See that? Right there. I know. I don't know. She doesn't. Even the jeans on the floor. She needs to move the scooter out of the way to get to all the trash in the spare room. She did say something along those lines. Yep. Which it's like, and I don't think she showed the spare room. So imagine what a horror it really is. Yep. Let's continue.
So yeah, so they knock on the door. They're like, fire inspection. I'm in bed, like completely nude. And I'm like, what? Hello? I'm like, who's that? I forgot that they were doing an inspection. So, and I was just awake, so I thought it was an intruder. So I'm like, no, you can't come in here. And they're like, do you want us to come back in 10 minutes? I'm like, oh, the fire inspection. So then I got dressed. They came back and I was like, I'm so sorry. I was just up. Like, I thought there was an intruder and I forgot about the fire inspection. And, oh my God. You were sleeping during daytime. Yeah, it was like 11. Yeah, they came in. Like, I didn't answer the door, so they came in because they did give notice. Like, they gave like a good week and a half notice that they were going to do this. They only need to give 24 hours, right? So, yeah, everything is cleared up. I did some more cleaning, so thank God. I mean, my room was a bit messy with clothes, but it always is. The Burger King in Gatineau might still have one because the last time, not this year, but the last time I was into Nashi's there, they were all sold out. Like, when they, it's a limited time thing, so they were sold out in the Ontario ones. But when I would go to the Gat, I would find that they still had the Nashi sauce. So if they still have the Nashi sauce, they can make the Nashi. That's all it is. There's like literally one garbage bag, and it's like
So, doesn't know much about anything, however, knows about the nashi, knows exactly how the nashi could be made, and if they have the sauce, they can make it very well informed as far as the nashi sandwich is concerned. But let's take a look at the apartment from this vantage point. Now, all of those things on the left, including is it like a Swiffer, I believe, they've been in the same position for a very long time. So although it is just a little bit better from this angle, like it's not great. And is that a cup I see right there? Again, I just keep thinking about the fact that this is like a fabric couch and all of the things that she must be spilling onto there. Fire inspector will look for hoarding patterns. Yes, of course, it's a fire hazard. Absolutely. Didn't she say that the smoke alarm went off recently? Maybe more than once? I think that's what she said. That the smoke alarm went off, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's like, who knows what she's doing. Is that a skill on the floor? Is that what it is? Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, and look at the poor seal. It's on the floor too. So we have the seal pillow on the floor, a scale, a Swiffer falling over, and a cup on the clown couch. Let's see what else she has to say.
Recent. There's no trash anywhere. You're on crack. That's my makeup, and this is like, there's no trash. What are you talking about? You're seeing things. You're the one who needs help. Obsessing over some fucking imaginary shit. The hell? The air is very clean, dumbass. You saw clutter on the couch yesterday? Okay, it's clean today. And what? And what? My God. Bye, Karen. Go fuck yourself. Fucking hell. Fucking tards, man. They're imagining they're seeing fucking rats in my house. They're friggin' fucking idiots. Egyptian, you're a crackpot. You're clearly on crack. There's literally nothing. There's no bugs. There's no rats. Just Mecha Karen idiots with no fucking life, okay? Report me to whoever, do what you gotta do, and go fuck yourself. Yeah, they're saying my apartment has vermin. Like, I've never seen even, I've seen like one little beetle. Good for you, witch pasta. Do you want a fucking cookie? Everyone put a cookie or medal in the chat for witch pasta. You think I give a shit? Good for you. Go work another 14 fucking hours. No one cares. You work 14 hours and you sure have a lot of fucking time to come in here and micro-analyze my situation. And talk your shit. Fuck. Shit. Bullshit alert! Oh my God, I need to make a bullshit alert emoji. You'll never see, I'm not a fucking bitch. Like, you'll never see me go into people's chat and be like, my house is so much better than you. I feel better about myself. I feel so much better about myself because I have to put you down. Like, are you proud of that? Like, what's your point? Do you know what I mean? Like, who does that? And then think it's a flex because their house is clean. Yeah, you have a clean house, but you're a total cunt. So, which is better? And yeah, I'm a bitch to these people. They deserve it. I don't care. Anyway, they should be thanking me for showing my mess. It gives them content for a month. And they think that's like my life is over because it gets messy like that sometimes. You can't take care of yourself. Really? I think I'm doing an okay job.
Yeah, so that's what she has to say to people critiquing her living situation. So she said that somebody probably has a clean house, but they're like a crackpot or something along those lines. And I agree that she does act like a rebellious teenager, but you can see how defensive that she is getting here, which again is just like out of character for her because typically she usually laughs these types of things off. And another thing, she's wearing a lot of makeup just to go and get some cheese. I don't know. I'm just saying. But let's continue.
I aspire to be, like, I really want to be like a clean freak. That would be so cool. I don't know, but I'm just not. But BG, her areas are always clean. Like, her litter's always clean. Her water, her food, every time I get up, gets changed immediately. Her glass water, her fountain's on usually. She don't like wet food. She only eats dry and churros. That's it. A major sign of depression. Yeah, it is also depression, yeah. It's a mixture of shit. Not feeling well, you know, physically, mentally, a bit of laziness, a lot of laziness. No, it's, yeah, I don't know. But it's clean, so it's cleaned up. It doesn't take me long. And it never gets horrible. Like, there's never rats or bugs or shit everywhere. I'm gonna go for now. I'm just getting off Melly, but I'm coming back. I'm coming back in like 45 minutes to an hour. Catch you later, guys. Bye for now.
Yeah, glamorous for Salah or for the cheese. Huh. But I paused right here because you heard her say, yeah, I'm coming back in like 45 minutes to an hour. Like that's what I was referring to earlier, that it's a very specific amount of time. It's like, what would she possibly be doing that she knows exactly how long it's going to take her? Plus, she's got the makeup on.
Whose car is this? It's a rental. It's a huge SUV. It's like really big. Rental bees. There was a really creepy haunted place I want to go. I have until Monday. I want to go see if I can get a nashi. I'm hungry. Okay, let's go see if they still have nashis. I was only going to rent one on the weekend, but then I'm like, Actually, no, you can't order nashis on DoorDash. They're not on the menu, so I got to go see if they have it. We are going to go for a long drive after, okay? We're going somewhere haunted tonight. There's a haunted road a couple hours from here. Apparently there's mystery lights and you hear someone screaming if you flash your headlights up the road at night. The legend is you go at like when it's dark, which will be like a few hours from now, and you park your car at the top of the hill and you flash your beams and then you scream, "Daddy!" And then you're supposed to hear a scream back and see some weird lights. I've not had a single thing to eat yet. I just thought I'd wait. I woke up at like 11, so I don't get hungry right away because I eat late at night, so I don't want to wait for the weekend to rent a car, so I just decided to just do it today. And that's why I had to go, because I was getting picked up and by the rental place so they could drive me. Like, if you live close enough, they'll drop you off and pick you up for free. So that's good. At least I don't have to take a taxi, you know? There's no mouse. It's probably her mouse, her toy mouse. That I kicked or something. Oh, I'm enrolled in the Canada Dental Plan now. Nice. That means I can go for cleanings. I think, right? Is that what it means?
Yeah, how can I help you?
Do you still have the Nashville chicken sandwich?
No, no more.
Okay, that's alright. Can I have a, like, what number is it? A spicy, crispy chicken combo?
Okay.
She went all that way just to get a nashi, only for them to not have it. You can hear the disappointment in her voice when she says, "Aw." But you can also see how, like, she pushes back against the fact that she has bugs or a mouse, and she tries to once again blame BG and say that it's probably BG's toys.
And the drink?
Sorry, can I get extra mayo on it?
Okay.
And add pickles?
Yeah.
And a Diet Coke?
Diet Coke?
Yep.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I'm gonna get extra napkins just in case. The whole guts bees. Buckle up, Colin. Uh-oh. It's already starting. Look ahead, the Playmate. Let's go inside. You see the Playmate? Who's looking at someone's butthole at friggin' 5 p.m. on a weekday? Someone's husband's, that's who. Just some more.
Now, that's a very interesting comment of her to make as to who would be at the Playmate in the middle of the day or at 5 p.m. She was very quick to say that it's probably somebody's husband. Interesting note. And then we see how happy she is as soon as she like opens up that sandwich, whatever it is that she ended up getting, like that big smile that she had. I don't think she's looked happier in quite a while. Yeah, there's quite a dissonance there, right? The foul mouth with her with the hijab on, it's disrespectful. Yeah, and it's disrespectful because she pretends to be so pious is what it is. Although lately she's been saying that, you know, who cares what she does or why she does things or why she wears the hijab or the fact that she curses. She's kind of trying to backtrack off of things and be lax with herself. Yeah, rented a car to get a nashi. I guess like it lines up with her like going into New York in order to get food as well. I don't know. Foreshadowing? Yeah, about whose husband goes to the Playmate. I think she knows what she's talking about there from experience, even though like she claims otherwise. Let's continue.
I could upload my streams here to YouTube, but people are already, well, I guess I could, because there are some of my fans. Let's say I re-upload my video, I'll get like maybe 3K views or something, but it's still better than nothing. I don't know. You can watch YouTube on TV while cleaning and that. True. I don't know, SB. I like getting paid weekly on here, honestly. Okay, no more eating anything until after, like later, because this is going to keep happening. Is there a bathroom at that place? Sorry, I'm focusing. Oh my god, you're gonna be kidding me? There's no parking? Of course there's no fucking parking. Fuck. Not even a single fucking parking spot. I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna fucking freak out. Fucking bullshit. Do I wait for someone to leave or what? Not a single parking spot to go in Tim Hortons. Like, that never happens. Only when I have to go to the bathroom extremely badly. Like, I never had this problem, like, as much. Like, it was going away, remember? Like, I would go out all day on my scooter. Never need the stupid washroom. But when I take Ozempic, nauseous all the time. Poo. I hate it. Depressed. Can I fit in here? Yes, I can. I'll be right back, guys. Whew.
So she's angry at everyone for something that she did to herself. She's got the runs. She has to go to the bathroom, but that's because she went out of her way to get sandwiches and drank coffee and who knows what else in between. So now she has to go to the bathroom, but she's angry at the Tim Hortons and the lack of parking, preventing her from accessing a bathroom. But that's typical of Foodie. That is what she does. She creates these situations and then blames other people for things of her own doing. And yes, I agree that the hijab has to do with Salah and her hopes of being able to keep him around, because we saw just like a couple of weeks ago, she took it off for like a day when she felt that he wasn't responding to her fast enough. So she was done with him and she was done with the hijab. When she's hoping to like keep him around, the hijab comes back on. It's like a game that she plays. Again, no core, no sense of self, no self-awareness, nothing. Right, and she doesn't have her gallbladder. Exactly. So she shouldn't be eating like that regardless, but she does because she wants to indulge.
Why are you exhausted? If you only knew. Can I have the chocolate cream cold brew, but not the protein one?
Yeah, just regular chocolate cream cold brew.
Yeah, grande, please.
Perfect. Anything else?
And can I also get a venti ice water?
Venti ice water?
Yeah.
Perfect. Anything else?
That's it.
$5.93 for you today.
Thank you. Coffee is a laxative. I'm gonna ask for a napkin if I have an accident. Where are you speeding off to, buddy? Not like you're gonna be able to go anywhere faster than the rest of us, dummy. See? Oh! Actually, this lane, the furthest lane is the slowest. Why? The fastest lane is the slowest here. Ugh. That sucks. Ew, is this a booger? No, it's lettuce. Okay. I was like, someone left a booger in here and it ain't me. I could go for a chocolate chip cookie. Oh my god. Sometimes I feel like going to work a normal job, like at a place. The problem is, I don't know if I would have time with all the beezing I do. Like if I got a job, you guys would hardly see me. I'm sure you would miss me, wouldn't you?
First of all, you dumb ass fucking bitch.
Remember I made a Scrub song, but I don't remember it. It just sits on his broke ass. Say what you want about Salah, at least he's friggin' got 2 businesses. He's always busy with his business. I don't want to tell you guys what it is, because it's his, you know. it's nothing dishonorable or anything, but he's not rich, but, you know, he tries, he hustles. He's got his, he's got a university degree, an MBA in business, and,
And there we have it. He has his university degree in business, his MBA. I think there's a delay between like when the video plays, like when I click it and when things come on. I think there's a bit of a delay with the actual video, but you heard the MBA. She said it right there. He has his MBA. She's not going to tell us what it is that he does. She's not going to tell us about his businesses. But he's very successful. He has his university degree. He has his MBA. Yes, that's exactly what she said. If you only knew as to why she's exhausted. I don't know. Does that have to do with like what came out of her? Or it has to do with her, how she had to access the bathroom, what she had to do to get there and get back. I don't know. There's some mysteries that I think we need to leave alone. But as far as her breathing, it is significantly worse, and I would not be surprised, JJ. It's bad. And it's bad. It gets that way even from her just doing minor things. I think I mentioned earlier, just her shifting on the couch and she's out of breath. Her reaching over for something, she's out of breath, or her breathing is very labored. Thank you, Siwas. I hope so. All right, let's see what else Foodie has to tell us.
Yeah. At least you don't just sit around and be fucking leeching off of women. And for the record, I wasn't desperate with Sword Hole. I was just nice. I was kind. I think being desperate is like, you know, you can't get it. I don't believe in that. You can't get anyone else. Like, there's always somebody. Look, I just saw a documentary of a 80-year-old woman, 85-year-old woman, who was like a friggin' sex addict. She was at a bar with she was at a bar and she was at a table with 2 huge black guys, and she was like, well, if everything goes all right, we're gonna go upstairs. Dude, like osteoporosis who? Can you imagine? So no matter how old you are, how wrinkled, how unconventionally attractive, how fat, how smelly, how stupid, there's always gonna be somebody for you out there. I'm telling you, I don't believe in the whole desperation thing. I don't believe in it. And I'm only mentioning the guys were black because that seemed to be her preference.
So there is a lot that I have to say about this whole part. Number one, the change in the way that she describes what she had going on with Swordfish. She was nice. That's her new interpretation. Why? Why is she viewing it from that angle? Up until recently, she was saying that she was like bamboozled and he was horrible and the things he did and she would never go back. Now, the whole thing was she wasn't desperate. She was nice. Very curious, in my opinion. And then she tries to equate the documentary that she saw about this 90-year-old woman who was a sex addict. But to her situation, she's not desperate, uses this lady as an example. But if the lady is a sex addict, that would imply that the lady at 90 is desperate. And then, yes, the racial angle. There's a couple of things about her racial angle because she's been doing that a lot lately. With the caricature, she said it was a Chinese woman. Why did that matter? Why can't you just say, I went downtown and a lady drew me as a cartoon? That's all she had to say. But no, she had to say it was a Chinese lady. The other day, she also said something about, was it regarding phones? Some other establishment. Maybe it was a franchise. I forget. But, oh, the Indian guy. He was an Indian guy. Why does it matter? Why can't you say the guy at the store? And now in this story, oh, it's two black guys. And the only reason I'm saying it is because why couldn't you say there was this 90-year-old woman with these two significantly younger men? She's a sex addict. She was trying to get it on. Why the racial angle all the time? She does that a lot with very many things. And that's 3 times just in about the last week or so that I've caught her doing that. And again, I haven't caught all of her streams, but she always needs to specify what somebody's racial or ethnic background is. And that's because she's making that distinction in her own mind. And therefore she feels she needs to put that out for everybody else as well. It doesn't give us any more information. It doesn't change the story. Somebody drew your caricature. It doesn't matter what ethnicity or what race that person was. The sex addict woman's story, it doesn't matter what race those guys were, but yet she feels inclined to tell us this. It's very odd. And therefore now, all of a sudden, she doesn't believe in somebody being desperate because she is trying to shake that label off of herself. She could never be desperate. She could only be nice. She only gets into situations because she's nice. Meanwhile, she's told us about all of these like gross stories and cheating stories and terrible things that she did. But that's because she was nice. You think it's rage bait C was for views that she phrases things that way? I don't know. Maybe, but I think like, I don't know, the lady who did the caricature, that part told me that like, that's her inclination. In the same way that her initial inclination is to lie by default, like her knee-jerk reaction is when somebody asks her a question, the lie comes out first. And then later on, we find out the truth. It's the same here when she puts these labels on people or these descriptors of race and ethnicity. You guys are talking about her breathing and her health, blood clot. Yeah, I mean, it's not good and everybody sees it except for her, although I do think she does see it and is just trying to avoid having those conversations. Let's see what else she had to say.
I'm hungry. I feel like I didn't eat today.
At the light.
I could live in a country house like this as long as I have a lover. As long as I have my lover. Look at this little town. This is creepy. Gas! I see gas! I see gas! Do I have to pay inside first, or like how does this go? Okay, I gotta pee so bad. Is there a freaking toilet in here? Filled it up. $75 later. Everyone looked at me like they were really nice, but woman with a hijab in this town. I got these to snack on. I know it's sugar, but I need sustenance. Now the bathroom.
Only me, Kimberly, you're good. Nothing to apologize for. I love her. It was just an interesting way of her to phrase things and an interesting choice of words, I thought. Maybe it's a lot more telling than she realizes.
It was wedged. It was at the back. Like, to get to the bathroom door, there's all cases of beer. I had to sideways. I know you're not going to believe this, but I was looking for a piece of fruit. If I lose signal, I'm going to cry. I'm scared. Okay, at least we have like a big SUV. Oh, guys. Here we are, Buck Hill Road. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. We're looking for the hill. It's a pretty long road.
For 3 kilometers.
Okay, I'll turn off my GPS. Now, this road is very... Is that a light? Oh, that's a house. Okay, there's like at the top of the hill, apparently. So let's look around. Somebody lives on this road. Look, there's people living here. So of course you're going to see lights. Okay, at the top of the hill is where the most activity is reported. Yeah, this is the top of the hill, isn't it? Let's stop here. Daddy!
Ooh, daddy.
Ghost of the man. Okay, it's not cold enough for my breath to be showing. It's 7 degrees. I have to say it 3 times. What the fuck was that? Daddy! 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 Are there any ghosts? Please come show us. I feel weird, lightheaded. Should we get out of the car? I see a car coming. Oh shit.
I find this very odd because we know that she doesn't like to be alone and doesn't like doing things by herself. So for her to take this drive and to go out into the woods or wherever it is that she is on this long road, although I don't think it is the long road, is a little bit odd. Like, yes, she went and she got all of her food and all of that, but like just to drive out to go into the woods and say, Daddy, like, is that supposed to be her content? Or was there like something else to this? It's just weird. I don't see this. I see her doing this with Pete's. I don't see her doing this alone necessarily. Yeah, I agree. Like her having some type of an episode on live, and it's like, what are her mods going to do? The other day she was complaining that Stacy isn't like around as much. Stacy has her own medical problems. Who's going to help? Teardrop? Yeah, that was several hours from her home. I think, like she said, like close to 2 hours. So she drove 2 hours just to do that and then just to turn all the way around. I don't know. Does this just fall under the umbrella of the weird things that she's been doing the last couple of weeks? Or was she there? Like, was there a different purpose for her being out there? I'm not sure. I think she finds this. I mean, we know she's into like the horror movies and into like scary stuff. So who knows? Or is it just her trying to drum up content? Like, I mean, yeah, you can say that at least she's doing something different this time, sure. But I don't know. It just, it's part of like the package of odd behavior that she's been displaying lately. Yeah, she's trying anything she can for content. But the majority of it always revolves around food. Like she's never going to do anything or go anywhere that doesn't have at least one, if not more, stops for food. I think so, I think so, that she's out there doing things by herself, doesn't need him anymore. And then if we line that up with the content, with the comment of the husband's at the Playmate in the middle of the day, She says the horror films calm her nervous system. Is that what she has said? Very interesting. But I don't think she doesn't get frightened by them, though. I guess she just likes, does she like the storylines? I never fully grasp like what she said was her appeal, other than calming the nervous system. Is it because it's something that's like more chaotic than her and her life and her world? I could see that. Like I'm looking at this grotesque spectacle and it's not my reality. It's not my existence. It's worse than like my day to day. I could see that being it. Therefore, she gets calmed down that things are not as bad. Her life isn't as bad because look at all of these terrible things that are happening on the screen to these people. That could potentially be it. Well, I found interesting 2 weeks ago when she was driving around and showing Cornwall, she mentioned that she had been to 3 high schools, which I'm not sure like if that had been stated that way before. So we know that there was like a lot of upheaval there in her past. So she went to 1 high school. I'm assuming the group home maybe can be considered high school as well if she got education in the group home. I'm assuming that she did, and then probably she went someplace else. So maybe these horror shows are exactly that. It's something that's worse than her existence. She wasn't prepared. Yeah, I don't know. Did she plan on driving out there? I think she did. I don't know. She is dead inside. She barely gets the dopamine hit from food anymore. Yeah, the horror films make her feel something. Maybe. Yeah, I'd like to know if she like feels, if she scares with them, or if it's just like she enjoys the storyline. That would say more. Well, if you guys want to see how this ride out here ends.
Let me turn the car on. What a waste of time. Here, ghosty, 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 ghosty. I have some candy for you. Daddy! 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 Where are you?
Sometimes you just gotta laugh through the awkward silences, right?
Oh, fuck, my own light scared the shit out of me. Oh, the reflection on the trees. I almost had a fucking heart attack. Oh, shit. Why is my window open? What is this? Private property, stay out. My fucking god, Ed Gein's house. Daddy! Daddy! What the fuck? Did you hear that? Something hit my car. Hello? Daddy? Daddy! Oh, there's a car coming, shit. How come it won't start? The fucking car won't start, bro. Auto stop, what does that mean? Shit, bruh.
You know what another angle to that could be as far as her being calmed by the horror shows? She's enjoying watching horrible things happen to other people. Either because it's not her or because she gets her kicks off of that. So it's calming her down because bad things are occurring to somebody other than herself. She's just enjoying the spectacle of it all. Like, ha ha ha, they're getting what they deserve. Like, we know her attitude towards women. So if she's watching people get what they deserve in her mind, maybe that's calming to her. Yeah, it's different if it's like comical and if you're laughing at them and, you know, all of that, because they are silly to an extent, I guess. But like for her, is that what it is? Or is it just like she enjoys watching certain people suffer? Maybe if they're women, I don't know. Yeah, true. Also, she doesn't have to think much through them. That could be it. Right. I mean, she is a low effort person. Very possible. She doesn't have to like sit there and think through the plot or anything. That could be it as well. Or a combination of everything. Well, this horror thing that she was trying to pull off didn't end up going as she wanted it to.
I feel so stupid yelling daddy. Battery discharge warning. Please use the system after starting the vehicle. What? Fuck. Yeah, I put the gas. Oh my god. I don't know why it wasn't working. Oh, okay. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. Daddy! What boo? I'm not yelling daddy, I'm too fucking embarrassed. There's a huge hill. Let's try here and then try the top of the hill. Daddy! I think I'm supposed to turn the car off. Daddy! 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 Is there anyone here? Should she get out of the car? Come to daddy. Oh, fuck. No, because what if a car comes? I could get hit. I have to tingle. Did I scare you guys?
Please.
I guess this is a hill. Look. The fuck? I bet you people were just seeing their own headlights. Well, I'm not going to believe in shit unless I see it. Ew, it smells like dead body here. Oh my god. It feels like it's being steered. I'm not even kidding. What the fuck was that? Look in my rear view. You see that flashing light? That was not there. What the fuck? We didn't pass. Did we pass a flashing light? We did. We did? Did we pass a flashing light? What the fuck is this road now? I'm putting my GPS. You guys, are you guys here? I don't even know where I am. Okay, if I ever say that I want to live in nature, please remind me that I don't. It's spooky as fuck, man. What is this? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. I'm gonna get stuck. Look at these woods. It's fucking Blair Witch. Oh, I'm getting out of here. Please end soon. Please end soon. Please. This road is a nightmare. A fucking nightmare. Oh good, another dirt fuck road. What a joke. This is my karma. Oh my god, you guys. We gotta get out of here. I can't handle much more of this fucking dark woods shit. Whoa. Where's the brights on this fucking car? Like, I need to get out of here. I'm feeling claustrophobic. I never want to live in the country. Never.
I agree that if something did happen to her out there, like, what would she do? She's going to outrun somebody? I mean, we all hear her breathing, so what would she do? So this was all, I think, just for entertainment and all for spectacle. And of course, she says that she has to go to the bathroom while she's out there because of course she does. Yes, she would do things with Pete's horror clips and other things. So yeah, maybe it is. Maybe she just finds them fun, but it's interesting for her to say that they are calming to her. I hadn't heard her say that they like calm her down. I still say that she needs to marry Pete. He's very like aligned with her and her interests and accepts her and all of those things. Yes.
I'd feel too claustrophobic and stranded because honestly, the country road. The fuck? The country roads get cleaned out the last and maintained never. So you're like stranded. Fuck. Okay, let's never ghost hunt again. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank God. Is this pavement? I fucking swear. It's pavement. Oh, I love pavement. I need to get food. I'll see you guys later, okay? I'll be back in like a couple hours. Bye. Thank you for beezing. I got Georgie's. Oh, Georgie's chicken parm. I just wanted to let you guys know I'm okay. I'm pretty tired. Holy crap. I gotta go to bed soon too. I'm so tired. Oh my god. I don't know. Like the driving or something made me really tired. See you tomorrow, inshallah. Sleep well. Have a good day and night. Bye, guys.
And that was it. So big thank you to Barbecue Chillin' for putting that together, and also for us being able to watch all of like Foodie Beauty's antics all in one video. Yeah, Pete does love her for her, but she refuses to see it. She says that their relationship is purely platonic, and we know what she did to him. She did. She had all of that food and was running to the bathroom, but yet continued to eat even after that. I know it's not real life. Then again, her laying around, I guess, kind of is. Yeah, that's her that's why she stays on the kick, because she's able to do that over there, whereas she can't get away with that on YouTube. So she knows what she's doing as far as that is concerned. And she doesn't want to break up her streams because of a meal, because she's going to eat at any time. So that's Foodie, but you guys heard the MBA. You heard her say that she was nice about the swordfish. So peculiar things, but I do need to see that clip of her where she catches herself saying hello Salah / teardrop. I'll bet. Yeah, I believe she eats $200 a day. Now, she has admit to the fact that it takes, I think she has said that it costs like $30 per meal when she orders out. But I believe it is a lot more, and we know that she's not ordering out just once a day. I mean, her apartment tells us that, right? All of those bags of takeout food. And many times where she has claimed she hasn't eaten, we'll see like the New York fries or whatever it is. So I think it is sponsored meals coming from her patrons. And yeah, as far as Nina goes, I know you guys have said that like Nina is a woman, and I know she's been around since Kuwait, and I did see that her give that PayPal, which Foodie was surprised about, but also very happy about. Nina was also allegedly, and whether this was in jest or not, I am not sure, the one who paid for that spectacle with the beaver tail. So Nina is a very interesting character, and Nina would also flirt with Salah back when they were in Kuwait. Yeah, I want to see that slip up too. Foodie and her rule number 2. You're close to her? Oh no. What if you run into her at some point? Yeah, takeout food is expensive. Absolutely. There's such like a markup on takeout food, delivery in particular. Oh, isn't Nina Foodie? Oh. Do you think it's Emily? Is Nina Emily? Can you imagine? That would be like a plot twist crossover event if there ever was one. Yeah, she always says that she'll, absolutely, if someone will pay. She was trying to get strawberries and cream to like pay for her to get more cheese curds or something. Now, granted, she said that in a very passive aggressive way, but yeah. Yeah, I think the majority, not all, but the majority of her meals are bought for. Oh, is it? It could be. I wouldn't be surprised. Anime was in there as Cass a couple of weeks ago, dropping the money. I know. I want to believe it's Emily. It would just be better. It so would. Yeah, so I've heard Nina is a woman. Now Nina's anime. Who knows who Nina really is? Maybe Nina was a guy and it is anime and was flirting with Salah just to throw him off track back in Kuwait. She can't cook. Yeah, she can cook some things, but like I think she doesn't want to. She doesn't like to do anything, not a single thing that involves effort. Reading the Quran, nope, won't do it, involves effort. Learning how to cook, won't do it, requires effort. Anime looks like the parking lot guy in Ghost World. Haven't seen Ghost World. Some people said he looks a little bit like Swordfish, and I think she did too. Some guy is paying her rent. I heard that rumor too. Somebody said that it was Ron, I think. But I don't know if that's true. Then I heard that she and Ron had a falling out because he was in somebody else's chat. I really don't know. They asked her to go to New York. I heard that. Yes, she said no, New York City, that would take hundreds. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think she's a foodie. I think she's just somebody who likes to eat, but I don't think she has any type of a palate whatsoever. If it's not fast food, it tastes bad to her. Remember when she went to that somewhat authentic or more authentic, I guess, than not, Mexican restaurant in Kuwait? That was something I believe Anime had paid for her, and she didn't like the food. Remember how like she was like, oh, I would never. Oh no, that wasn't. Oh no. Yeah, because it wasn't coated in like salt and like grease. It was like more authentic cuisine, and she wasn't having it. Her cooking is bland and horrible, and that's after all of the stuff that she puts on it. Yeah, not sure if that person is paying her, but who knows? Yeah, Life by Ron. Yep. I heard that too, but I don't know. Then I heard there was a falling out between them from before. So I'm not sure. Oh, for sure. $60? Yeah, probably more. Probably more. I believe it. The Burger King, absolutely $30. But she likes to portray it as like, oh, but there was a deal and it was like buy one sandwich, get another free. It's still overpriced. There's still a markup. So a lot of money is going on food, but like, is it her money or is it sponsored meals, as she likes to call them? AKA special interest content. Like, oh yeah, I'll buy you this meal if you like film a little something for me and make it good. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. Who knows what she's doing? It makes one wonder, that's for sure. Yeah, she would be a medical science project for sure. Right, yes. Oh, they gave me a bonus sandwich. They gave me a jumbo fries instead of the app. Yeah, there's always like some mistake that's favorable to her greasy palate. Oh, has it been in the bathroom? Oh boy. Oh boy. Like, there's no other reason for the ring light to be in the bathroom unless she's doing something in there that she's filming. Because she doesn't stream for any platform, not Kick, not Twitch, not YouTube, in the bathroom. Therefore, that means she's doing something for somebody else or for some other platform. She'll probably say, oh, it's for my makeup or something like that. Meanwhile, she does her makeup when she's on live stream. So, yeah, she does. She orders large amounts. But in her mind, she tries to convince herself and everybody else that it's like cheaper that way. Yep, second fish sandwich for free. Yeah, all the time. There's always some error where she winds up with like double what she ordered or with extra items. Ew, you think so, C was? Ew. I wouldn't be surprised though. I wouldn't. Well, the sauces are her thing, Bella Italian, right? That's her weakness. So when she went into the cheese curd place, like she was very fixated on like the various sauces. She was like, ooh, yummy. Like the sauces are what get her. She likes the sauces. And the sauces allow her to make more of a spectacle of herself when she's eating. Yeah, they do. They all want her, and we're supposed to believe everything. I don't know. I think she tries really, really hard to be convincing, and I think she puts in like effort to try to convince people of certain things. Like, it's important to her that we believe her version of stories, events, whatever it is. But you know what it is? She's mysterious, but I think she knows herself. She knows her flaws. I think she doesn't have awareness as a person as to like what her character is, you know, who she is as a person, absorbs everything around her. But I think she knows that out in the world, I think she knows like where she fits in or where she doesn't fit in. And I don't mean by size. Yeah, she did. She went through a lot of mayo, and then she was wondering, like, if she left it out for a couple of days, if it's still good for her to eat it. Like, where is all that mayo going? Because we're not seeing her eat all that mayo. So who is she eating that mayo for? I'm sure mayo is a prop. It's a good prop for that kind of content. She's eating a lot more than 1,900 calories. For sure. 19,000, I believe. More like 1,900 no, way more. Yeah, 100 calories in a teaspoon of oil, for sure. I think she's in the 5 digits when it comes to her calorie intake. The mysterious disappearance of mayonnaise. Yes. And if we consider the color and the consistency of mayonnaise and the content that we suspect she does when she's not on Kick or YouTube, it would explain where all the mayonnaise might be going. Oh, 1,900 calories per meal? More than that. Way more than that. Even that's too low per meal. Yeah, since she got back to Canada, she's definitely, yeah. I think she's gotten bigger. She looks, and I think I said this last time, she looks like she's been consuming a lot of salt. I think she hopes that her viewers, the Beezers in particular, consider her to be truthful. She wants people to believe a lot of the lies, for lack of a better word, that she tells them. Yeah, so she came up with that story now about like the mysterious guy. Talk about mysterious. So there's like a mysterious guy in Canada who Salah knows, and Salah somehow sends the guy the money, and the guy sends it to Foodie. I think the reverse is true. There's a guy that Foodie sends money to, and somehow he funnels it to Salah. Salah's not crossing borders or anything to send Foodie money. Daddy took the mayonnaise. I don't know. That's a lot. I feel like she buys it whenever she buys groceries. I feel like there's mayo and other condiments all the time. And then there's the part about BG. So in the barbecue chillin' video that we just watched, she showed us all the churros. And you guys know that for quite a while now, for some months, I've been of the opinion that she feeds BG just the churros. I've said that. I guess somebody called her on it because she's like, no, I don't just feed my cat the churros. She doesn't like wet food. That may be, but I've only seen her offer her one type of wet food, and it was the yellow cans from the Dollarama. She hasn't like tried various wet foods for BG. So that's like a whole other lie, I think, that she wants people to believe. And JJ, there's also like what she's putting down that's off camera too, right? So yeah, I think like what she shows us, like those numbers, I think it's much more than 1,900 per meal, but then there's like all the behind the scenes stuff that she consumes. Yeah, so do I. Only me, Kimberly. I think she did offer her it maybe once, twice. BG didn't like that particular flavor or brand, and that was it. Whereas she will rent a car and drive into New York or drive 2 hours away to get a nashi, whereas BG gets like one can and that's it. Like no other attempts are made. So it's not looking well, but we are at the halfway point of her return since returning from Syria. And remember, she said that she was giving herself a year and that when her lease was up, she was going to move. So we'll see what happens in 6 months. Because we know, and what else will be interesting, what happens in the next few months is this whole like alleged rumor about Salah, if he is in fact married. Only me, Kimberly, I think so too. I don't think it's something that's part of the daily routine. I'm glad that we at least saw her get the bag of the dry food, so at least we know she's eating something. But I think BG tends to be an afterthought at best. You guys don't know what I go through. You don't see. Yeah, she did see that. Yep, when the cameras are off. Yeah, what does go there? You live by yourself with BG. What is going on? Like, who are you interacting with? And what kind of a documentary are you watching about that 90-year-old woman who's in bars because she's a sex addict? Like, what kind of content is Foodie consuming? We know she likes her TikTok. Like, why would she be interested in that? It kind of speaks to her state of mind. This is the woman who said that she has to do all of this work on herself, but that's what she's watching. Why? Do I think she will still have Salah around? Do you mean if he's married? Will she still have him around? I think that she has been toying with the idea and going back and forth in her mind with the whole second wife thing. She hasn't mentioned it in a while, but for a while there she was really, it would come up. So I wonder if he was in fact married. Would she just try to continue the storyline for the sake of the viewers that they are still together? Would she have a breakdown, or would she agree to be part of some agreement and be a second wife? I don't know how that would work for her, because we know that his family does not want her in Syria. So what would she be, a second wife, like long distance? Yeah, the meal being shared in public. Yeah, so. I think there's two different varieties of what goes on in that world. I think it's exactly what you said, Sergeant Wobbles. Like, some people just want it for themselves. Like, it's a secret. Like, you're gonna, consume this and I'm gonna watch you and it's great. But then I think there's others who do like it public. They like to see her make the mess in public. She was doing that in Kuwait. In her car. There was just one time that I remember specifically, and she was sitting there and looking around because she didn't want anybody to see her. And we saw her do it with the beaver tail. So I think like that type of interest, you get both extremes. The people who like the public aspect of it, and then the ones who just want it to be more of like an intimate thing, a private thing. So the soiling herself, I think some of it is like on demand. And then some of it might be like what we just saw in the video we just watched from Barbecue, where she's driving and she's complaining that Tim Hortons doesn't have parking for her to go to the bathroom. I think that was probably more legitimate. But I think other times when she's talking about soiling herself and about skid marks on the sheets and other things, I think that type of thing is also special type of content. She was doing that in Kuwait as well. And you'll see that when Salah is not around, that sort of discussion and graphic discussion about those things tends to happen a lot more frequently and a lot more graphically. At the end of year one, Salah will still be hanging around her. Hey, if there's any hope of him getting to Canada, and if she is working towards that, even in some minor capacity, maybe he will be still hanging around. I think she's terrified of going to the doctor as well, because she knows that they're going to like tell it to her as it really is. And she doesn't want to hear that. She doesn't want to change her ways. She knows. I think she knows the reality of the situation, that it's not good, but she doesn't want to actually have to have that conversation because she wouldn't know what to say to the providers. Yeah, only me, Kimberly. I think he's hanging out just in case there is that possibility of Canada. Like, she can't go back there. And for now, he can't come here. So, you want to shower for a year? I'm sorry, Sergeant Wobbles. I know. And there's like a whole world out there that's kind of like icky. Yeah, I don't see. And that's like one of the reasons why I started making videos about her. So what started me covering her was the fact that like the whole thing with Aisha was what triggered it. And like, she was claiming that Salah's family does like her, and Aisha was saying, no, he doesn't, that they don't accept you. So that was one thing. Then she covers like in one person, she's just like everything I've ever studied. She's just like encapsulates everything. And then just the third thing was how somebody could just exist and not do anything. It was just fascinating to me. So yeah, a soulless existence. Yeah. Like just existing, but like, I don't know. Like no productivity in any direction. Oh no. Yeah, I need to see that queen size mattress. Yeah, if she definitely knows that she did gain weight because of that trick that she did the other time with the scale. She showed herself getting on it, but she didn't show us the number, which is the reverse of like her usual behavior where she'll show the number. She'll hold up the scale and show the number. She might be spiraling. I mean, I think there's potentially spiraling because of Salah. If there's any truth about that, who knows what discussions they're having. Maybe the fact that he's not around anymore is making her spiral. She knows that like her physical condition is not good. She had the birthday. She didn't go to Malaysia, and I know she was really counting on that because she was also saying what we've been saying all along, that when she travels with Salah, or when she has traveled with Salah, he takes care of everything. She doesn't have to do a thing. She doesn't have to think of anything, no details, no anything. Again, apathy, not being involved in your own existence. But she wanted to see him. Who knows? She wanted the caretaker. She didn't get any of that. So Malaysia didn't happen, which I think set her off a little bit as well. Yeah, I don't know how they're giving refills with no follow-up. That's a mystery. Yeah, so she has said many times, especially, well, she would say it in Kuwait as well, but she has said it several times since she's been back about like not living very long, not making it to old age or old age. She's said that, which kind of implies she's given up and that she's just kind of accepted things how they are, which also makes me think that this whole medication, the Ozempic, is for Salah's sake. She said Salah has 1 year. Yeah, he was supposed to bring like a year's worth of meds to Malaysia for her. Which is interesting considering the fact that she says that she's not going to be around for a year because she's planning on moving when the lease is up. Ah, Goldwater, the Goldwater rule. Yay! Oppositional, histrionic, bipolar 2, cyclothemic, no. Delusions of rapper. Yeah, no gold. So for anybody who doesn't know what the Goldwater rule is, it applies to psychiatrists in particular, and it's that you cannot diagnose somebody. Essentially, it's that you cannot diagnose somebody who you haven't met or evaluated in person. And it happened because of the elections at the time. And Goldwater was one of the candidates, and psychiatrists were coming out and saying things about them, which they feel influenced the election. But the psychiatrists had never met Goldwater, evaluated Goldwater, or any of the sort. So the Goldwater rule is not evaluating somebody who you haven't met in person, and it applies to psychiatrists. So that's what the Goldwater rule refers to. If I had to guess, oppositional, histrionic. I don't know about bipolar 2, cyclothemic. I don't know. I would say oppositional though, and histrionic more so. I would lean in that direction. Not definitively, but I would lean towards those. Oh, is that what she's doing? It's squishing vertically? I think she went to the doctor, wasn't it for her and we never heard about it again, about for the abscess slash boil slash cellulitis. And as for the hoarding, is it just laziness? Is it just like the hoarding mentality? There would need to be more. Because the thing is, and just going back to the Goldwater rule in Foodie's case for a second, like if a psychiatrist were looking at her, there's the argument that could be made. It's like, yeah, she's on camera all the time, but there's also amounts of time that she's not. And we don't know what that reality is like. Oppositional and borderline, you think? I don't. I see oppositional. I could see that in her youth. I could see oppositional being what led to the group home and maybe more that we're not aware of and things that she may never tell us. Yeah, where's the boil? What happened to the boil? The abscess, the cellulitis, where did it go? We never heard about it again. That was the time that she did claim that she went to either the ER or to an urgent care or something. And then I think like her last visit, any other visit she was supposed to have with any provider, she has continuously canceled. Urgent care, is that where she went? Yeah. Yeah, the boil disappeared as it tends to do. I don't know. I mean, she was buying all of that gauze for a while there. But who knows? Yeah, no problem. I think it's important because like diagnosing people like who you haven't met, who you haven't evaluated, who you haven't assessed could have detrimental consequences. So I think, and legally speaking too, it's exactly that. Like, let's say it ended up in a court, like there's an argument to be made that even though we know she's online like 20 hours a day, somebody could say like, yeah, but there's those 4 hours and you don't know what that is, how she's behaving. It could all just be a performance, so just things to keep in mind. How much do I think I don't know. I don't know. So she was in the 380s back in December. And I'd say that based on her own calculations. I had a short up. It should still be up. When she said that she was going to do Pilates, which we saw lasted all of 2 days, she had said like, oh yeah, the app said, I have to lose this much and blah, blah, blah. So if you do the math, she was like 382, 383-ish. The clip is up there. So I'm assuming she's more than that right now. But it's hard to say. Yeah, for sure. I mean, those types of wounds definitely need medical attention. She's just doing superficial fixes. Hi, Baked Korean. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you here. She's going to get washboard abs. She's full of a lot of ideas and plans, but no execution. Ethical question. Where does unconditional positive regard back into non-malfeasance versus autonomy with disorders? Does any positive regard feed into PDS? Well, I think the whole thing with unconditional positive regard is accepting the person as they are before you. And it doesn't mean that you have to like what they do or agree with what they do or anything like that. But in that moment, the humanistic thing to do is to accept them as they are. Now, if somebody's coming to you with something that you cannot deal with, you vehemently disagree with, that would fall into your blind spot, right? And then you would have to refer out. But as far as like autonomy with disorders, like I've said about Foodie several times, I think, in videos, and I don't know if this answers your question. I think like via unconditional positive regard, she would get the validation that she seeks. And maybe through that, it would allow her to kind of like see her condition, her situation, her ability to control certain things around her or not in a different way. And maybe that could help her. But I think like in Foodie's case, she has a certain notion of therapy that probably stems specifically from her youth and maybe from whatever situations were going on that led her into the group home. And she feels that any type of therapy looks like that. Therefore, she's never touched it again. I know I've gone a little bit off topic to your question. But I think like that's why she has such a negative perception of therapy and likes to remind us that she's like seen so many psychiatrists and professionals and it's done nothing. But I think like via unconditional positive regard, if she found the right match, regardless of what her disorders are, she would get that understanding and validation that she seeks that would maybe open her up to seeking or allowing herself to be treated for them. Nah, it's okay. Are you in the field, Sergeant Wobbles? 485. You think? Yeah, absolutely, Bay Korean. You're always welcome here. I hope you've been doing well since leaving the Beezer world. So, speaking of Chat GPT, didn't she tell us once again just a few weeks ago? I think we talked about it in the last stream that, oh yeah, Chat GPT convinced me to go to therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy specifically, although like the explanation she was giving was more psychoanalytic. What happened to that? Never brought up again. She keeps telling us these lies that she has signed up for therapy or for treatment or something, but then like we never hear about it again. But supposedly she had sought out therapy because of Chat GPT, cognitive behavioral therapy specifically. Yes, I would agree with that. Regardless of what type of professionals we're talking about, right? Because she needs work both like with the mental piece and with the physical piece. She doesn't like the way that they assess her because she knows it's not going to be some glowing positive review, that there's a lot of work that there will be involved, that it will entail, and she's got to put in the work. And what does Foodie not like to do? Work, invest time, invest effort into the things that could potentially help her. She's adverse to working for her own benefit. Copilot is good and kind to you. Adjacent. Gotcha, Sergeant Wobbles. Yeah, with the Pilates mat. Yeah. The boil and the Pilates mat have disappeared. So has therapy via ChatGPT. Yeah, she is queen size mattress. I mean, in the video that we just watched. We saw her eat multiple times. And that was just in what, 2 or 3 hours, supposedly? If the drive was like an hour and a half to 2 hours, let's add another hour or so. She had several meals and then ate when she came back. See, I think she knows. I think she knows she was. I think she doesn't have I think she takes on the characteristics and personalities of people who she wants to match up with, people who maybe she wants to be friends with, people who she talks to. But I think as far as like her own place and how she fits against the norm, let's say, or the standard or the average as far as behaviors, as far as health, as far as anything, I think she knows. Which is why there's one word that a lot of people attribute to her that I've never used. She's getting worse cognitively. And that's been happening since Kuwait. There's been like a cognitive difference, I feel. Where it trails off, where it's, yeah. And you know that like what she eats affects her cognition. And also, fun fact here, which I was going to talk about like a long time ago, but I never did, was like if you look into cheese and why she's so into cheese, there's like certain things in cheese that have to do with like our receptors for like opiates, and they have that same type of like effect. The cheese has the similar type of effect as opiates. You can fact check me, you can look it up. That would explain why she's so addicted to cheese. She drove and rented a car to get cheese curds because it's like an opiate to her. Is there something organic or biologically going on mentally? Well, she has mentioned that her grandmother did have schizophrenia as well as depression. So I think there is something inherited there potentially. And then I think like the behaviors, in addition to the behaviors, that just, she's predisposed and then her behaviors just make things a lot worse. Yeah, she did say that. I think she said that when she was in Kuwait, when she was having the other boil episode that she said, I think I did a video on this, or at least used the clip, that she's not afraid, like these types of things don't scare her, don't bother her. Almost like she's resigned to the consequences of what might happen to her because of her conditions. She does do more like of those like spontaneous like sounds and stuff, although I don't think she has Tourette's. She's referred to them as Tourette's. I don't think she has Tourette's, no. Her bubble is bursting. Well, with Salah, it might be. Cheese is coming from cows who are sad. And yeah, that too, Bakerin. I agree. Thank you, Siwas. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, she was hell-bent on the curds and then got upset when people told her that she didn't get enough curds or something like that. I know she was upset with strawberries and cream. For sure. Oh, the cheese thing is interesting. Yeah, the cheese thing. Yeah, I think so too. I've got more fun facts. I'll save them for another time about serotonin, where it's made, the majority of it is made, all that good stuff. The Salah era be over? You didn't like the Salah era, Korean? I liked it better than swordfish era. I couldn't stand the whole swordfish thing. It was gross. I would feel like exfoliating each time and I stopped watching. Our suspicions were correct. Delusions of reference is missing. Yeah. Persecution, grandeur, all that. Yeah, she said her grandmother had schizophrenia. So there's clearly like a predisposition there. And she knows it, but she doesn't do anything to like mitigate it. And that's the thing. Thank you, Siwas. Much appreciated. Salah is a buzzkill. Ugh. Best era was yeah, she was a lot more with it than, it's like almost like a different person. She wasn't into like, she wasn't as, I don't know. I feel just like once that swordfish degenerate came into the picture, and sorry to refer to him as that, but he is like, he's stabby for a reason, right? Like she just went downhill after that. I think there's something going on there too. Queen-sized mattress with swordfish. We were talking, I don't know if you were here earlier, we were saying how like the yos and bros have increased in frequency. Multiple times per stream, she'll be saying yo and bro, and we know where that originated from and who uses that. That she got used from Salah. I think she'll really realize it if, like, the rumors surrounding him right now are true. She has dark energy now. There's nothing at all kind about her. She's very different than she was, like, than she was in the beginning. The pre-Villa days. The darkness came, I think, when the swordfish came into the picture. And again, that goes into she absorbed all of like the horrible things about him and went along with them and amplified them and took them on as her own. I don't think they did. Was at least not like 2 months ago. They hadn't. I don't think. She was very, Didi was very tight-lipped about that, and apparently he was. When he showed up online after his prison or his jail thing, he was supposedly streaming or live from her home. He is. I agree. It's like, talk about the ick factor. Ugh. Like, I could barely watch her. I wouldn't watch her as much back then because it was just like, ugh. Horrible. And like, yeah, that was like when she was getting most, but like people were tuning in to watch like a train. I couldn't do it. I would much prefer like take the Salah era than the swordfish era. You think she's going nuts over Salah? Yeah, something's going on with that. Like, if Teardrop is in fact pretending to be him, like, who are you trying to keep up that whole, like, facade for? If we all know, then why are you making Teardrop pretend that it's him? She has denied it, yes. That, she's like, oh, well, how is he in Egypt with his new wife if he just, like, FaceTimed me from Syria and it was Syria in the background? But I agree. There's like something's going on there. Again, I go back to the comments that we just heard her make in the video. The husband is at the club, but she's going to be in the house with her lover. Like, why would you say like the husband is going to the seedy club in the middle of the day? And she didn't qualify it by saying like, no, not my husband though. He would never. She didn't say that. Normally she would say like, oh, we're past it. It would never happen again. It's never happened. But now it's like all the husbands are in like the playtime. What? With Foodie, to me, it's like the little things she says and then the things that she doesn't say. And that tells us what's really going on. And the person who said the thing about Salah supposedly was like one of his gamer buddies or something like that. somebody from like the gamer community or the gamer world that Salah, I don't know if he's still a part of it or was part of it. Time will tell if it's true or not. Too bad Allah, the friend, has kind of like disappeared. But then again, I think he's a bit, I don't know how trustworthy he is with information. She's embarrassed of her naivete. Yeah, she was warned. Everybody told her to be careful. But she did say when this all started, I remember she was at the villa and she said, "Oh, don't you guys worry. No, if he is scamming me, don't worry because that supposedly she had something set up or a way to prevent it or what she would do in return." Mr. Allah Shabib is so cool. Yeah, he thinks he's cool. Am I a psychologist? No, I am not a psychologist. I don't know. I mean, if the Salah stuff is true, it would explain her behavior over the last like 2 weeks. Yet she's trying to keep control, but yet by the looks of her apartment, she's not doing a very good job. Oh yeah, the smoking. Yeah, he's a big smoker. Hey, Mr. Shabib did say a lot of things. We found out a lot from that guy. We found out about Salah's dad. We found out about Salah's attempts to come to Canada before. Thank you, queen size mattress. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad it sounds good on your end. I know much about human behavior. Yeah. Yeah, her couch. She was saying the other day that like I think the pillow like is discolored because of like she sits on that particular corner all of the time, which like I could understand, but as I was saying before, like my concern is like all of like those cans, those open cans on the couch, the cup on the couch. It's a fabric couch. All of that spillage, where is it going to go? Yes, by Korean. I remember he has no legal children. But truthfully, I don't think he does. I don't think Salah has kids. At least he didn't. Yeah, I don't think he has kids. But we'll see what happens in September because the wife is supposedly due in September if this is true. Like, that's a very specific period of time. Any thoughts on the infantilism by the aunt? That was wild. So is the aunt, I was thinking about this actually. Is the aunt older than Smee or younger? Do we know? Because I wonder if that plays into it somehow. And just like how, because if Smee was like 17, if the aunt was younger, or if the aunt was older, like just like the family dynamics could explain something there. Was like the aunt involved in the caretaking? Was she not involved? Was grandma, like we know grandma was involved, but like where did the aunt fit into that whole thing? Because with Foodie coming into the picture, granted she's like the niece, but then she's almost like a sibling in a way just because of the ages being so young. Does it kind of like throw a wrench into birth order dynamics? There's like a lot. But she has a closer relationship, I feel, to the aunt than she does to the mom. So maybe that plays into it as well. Is the mom perceived like a little bit more as a parental figure? I don't know. The aunt is older, by Korean. Yeah, the aunt does. I think they have a closer bond than she does with either her sister, maybe, or even with her mom. But then, like, does the aunt reinforce Foodie's behavior? Because if those macarons did come from, like, the family, like, why? Yes, it's her birthday, but, like, did she need a whole box of sweets for her birthday, given what's going on? I imagine that they know the type of content that she puts out. They've been involved in a lot of the drama. They've been dragged in, but it's like, is that why that for her birthday? It just doesn't seem like the best choice, in my opinion. But I don't know, like, what the relationship dynamics are. But I would agree, yeah. I mean, yeah, she's definitely good to her, the aunt. And seems like she wants to help her. The aunt spoils her, yeah. That would make sense, especially if she is older. I could see that. Because she was like the baby. And it's like she spends her time with the aunt too, more time than she has spent with her family, it seems. Like maybe the mom has popped on over or so, but like Foodie, I don't know, maybe she's not allowed to go to the mom's home, even though she did last year. I don't know. I think time will tell a lot with Foodie and her situation, but it's not looking good. The mom is over her, you think? Do you think the mom is over her because like the mom has been dragged into all of Foodie's mess? Or do you think like the mom is over her because of like what Foodie's doing to herself? Because I would think, like, as a parent, you wouldn't want to see your child destroying themselves in that way. Kicked out of mom's house again. Yeah, only Kimberly. I think so too. Although she got the aunt in trouble last time too with the whole pizza delivery thing. Didn't she dox the aunt's house or something because she got up to get the pizza box? She sure did. And look what Foodie did. In less than 2 weeks, destroyed the place. You think it's both reasons by Korean, like what Foodie does to herself and the fact that like she's involved the family in her mess? Yeah, I think the aunt does try to help her as much as she can. Well, I don't know much as she can, but she does try to help her to some extent. That's the biggest truth stated by Korean exactly, and I think that's why Foodie is in the situation that she's in. No matter how much help she's given, whether it be by family, whether it be by professionals, whoever it may be, her husband, who did try to help, we need to be honest, he did try to help in the way that he knew how, like trying to get her to go on walks and do healthy things and go swimming. She doesn't want to help herself. So all of those efforts are null. Foodie doesn't want to help herself. Everybody else tries and puts in more effort than she does. The way the aunt talks to her, Do you mean like in the childlike way? Yeah. Some people don't want help. Foodie stays in her condition. It's safe. Everything else is threatening. Everything else would force her to be like, to behave in like the proper way. And that's threatening to her. She doesn't know how. Because trying to be part of like the larger society, she faces like being ostracized, rejected, etc. This way, she's like removing herself from the equation. You think they think she's stunted? See, I don't think she is, though. Maybe they think that, but I don't think she is. Nobody. Yeah, I don't. I get the impression they've given up too. Yeah, I agree with you, Bay Korean. Enablers like Teardrop and people like Anime. Yeah. Hi, Girl Scout. Welcome, welcome. I agree. I feel like the mom's contact with her is minimal. Her sister's contact with her is minimal. The aunt is like a little bit more frequent. I agree, Girl Scout. I do not believe it was the neighbors. Number one, why would she go off camera if it was for the neighbor? And then number two, why would BG be stressed by the knock that wasn't on the door? Do you think she's more in love with Nader or Salah? I don't think she knows what love is. I think she has this romanticized idea based on what she has seen in movies, after school specials, romance novels, Sweet Valley High. I mean, I don't think she knows what love is. And I think she thinks that relationships are supposed to move as quickly as they do on the after school special. I don't think she knows what a natural progression of a relationship is. I think with Swordfish that it was more of an somebody. Okay, let me connect it to what she just said. So I think with him, it's more of somebody expressed an interest in her, and therefore that gave her a high that she kind of latched onto. And it's similar to what she just said about the 90-year-old lady with the dudes and her having a sex addiction and wanting to get it on with these two younger guys. She said, I don't believe that somebody's desperate. Look at this 90-year-old woman. One thing doesn't have to do with the other. So this woman can get men because she has a sex addiction. That doesn't mean that those men want anything to do with her beyond the act. Right? But you see how she interprets it. She interprets that as these two guys being interested in the 90-year-old woman. Therefore, Foodie doesn't believe that anybody's desperate. So I think with the Swordfish, he pretended, appeared, wanted to, some action, however you want to put it. And to her, she took that as an expression of interest, gets flattered, hooks on. I don't know if that made sense. There's a parallel there between the Swordfish and the story that she said about the 90-year-old woman with the two dudes. No, she doesn't want to be bothered with other people. It exhausts her. Look at her behavior in Syria. Like, people would come to the house. She would lock herself in the room and lock the kids outside, even when they were knocking on her door to come out. Her social isolation is feeding back into her inability to follow social. Yes. Yes, I would say so. Yes. By socially isolating, she doesn't have to follow norms. I had a professor who would say that a lack of socialization leads to stagnation. And that would describe, I don't know if I fully believe that, but I think it does describe her. Noura, I think she feels that Salah is the handsomest man. I don't think she feels that about Swordfish. However, I think in her mind interprets the chaos with the Swordfish in a certain way. So it's hard to say. I do think that Salah was like the filler, the rebound, if you want to call him, the way to prove to Swordfish that she could get somebody. So with one, it was just like she got attached or addicted or obsessed, however you want to phrase it, to the situation and whatever chemicals that released. Whereas with Salah, I think she does think that he's like the handsomest man and all of this stuff, although her reasons for getting with him, I think, were different. Remember, we talked about last time, there was one time where she said that Salah said to her, well, I'm going to marry you some way, you know, as like a player does or as a Tinder guy, I guess, does. And she took that as an invitation to go to Kuwait, and she sure did. Queen says there's indications that she might be. I would not be surprised in the least if she was. Especially if Salah is involved with somebody else and she's gotten wind of it. I could see her taking back up. Because if she's going to say now that with her relationship with it wasn't a relationship. Her time, whatever you want to call it, with Swordfish was her being nice and being kind. She's rewriting that whole narrative now. Why would she change it? Maybe she is secretly seeing him. Yeah, she does. Absolutely. She does. Yep. She's addicted to cheese too for those very same reasons. And I know it sounds silly, but she is. The Swordfish is the one who got away. Yeah, Salah was for Swordfish, correct. To prove to Swordfish that she could get someone. She was. She is, but I mean, she has changed that story now too about how, you know, the whole DD thing. Although I think it was like a week or so ago, she kind of went into detail about how the whole rendezvous with Dee happened, which was interesting. Like, why would you be talking about it? Why would you be bringing it up and with so much detail? Like, what? I don't know. She thinks Salah's more attractive, but that Sword is more... Yes, exactly. Yes. Yes, perfectly said. Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say. You said it better. Exactly. Exactly. More like fatal, given that he's stabby, not fated, but like I guess she doesn't see the difference. She was hurt by Swordfish. For sure. But like the signs were all there. People warned her about Swordfish too. Like he's his track record speaks for itself. Oh yeah. Yes. The lip stuff she's been doing. Yep. She sure is. I don't know. The yos and bros. The knock on the door. The bleeding nose. The nose blowing and itching. I don't know. It's very reminiscent of a time past. She would do these lip things when the swordfish was in the picture, because I think he had said something to her about it once, so she took it, she continued doing it. But I'm not sure if it's also connected to that, because like those two things were happening at the same time. There's like layers of stuff going on with Foodie. And unfortunately, none of it is good. Like she was better. Like yes, she went to Kuwait, and we all have like our thoughts about that. But at least she was a little bit more, a little bit, just a tiny bit, a little bit more contained because she had to be. Although at the latter part, when like anime and all of those folks came into the picture and things were getting frayed with Salah, then she like went into the uncouth behaviors again, but she was a little bit more contained. But she was raging more, I feel, in Kuwait. Yes, she has. She's been saying that a lot lately. It's whatever she wants it to be, and she's going to partake or express or not express any way she wants. And it doesn't matter what she does or doesn't do. Yep. She has given her own definition. And whether she wears the hijab or not, who cares? And whether she prays or not, who cares? It's her business. It has to do with her. Yep. Yeah. And she has said that like others drink. So yeah. Yeah, because it's like, how can somebody who like does absolutely nothing have all of this drama and all of this? Like, it's so multi-layered. It really is entertaining and fascinating on a human behavior type of level, that's for sure. Oh yeah, no, can be addicted. I mean, essentially, we're watching somebody just be a slug on like a couch all the time. It's not much more than that. But I think like that's the fascinating part. Like somebody who just sits like a slug on a couch all the time doesn't do much of anything. Has all of this stuff going on. Yeah, she puts it out there and then gets annoyed that we talk about it and form opinions. Like, how can we not? You put yourself on display. You get into all of these like weird situations that you have no business being in. And then you get upset that we have opinions about those situations and warn you about not getting into those situations. It's like her answer is right under her nose. If it's companionship and acceptance that she wants, it's Pete's. I think she has just accepted the situation for what it is. I think she has resigned herself to the fact that this is what it is. Anything else is just performative, is just to get people off her backs, and that includes her viewers and or Salah. Yeah. It's like once we click off the computer, like that's it. It shouldn't like permeate into anything beyond that, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. She was like, I don't think so. Definitely not. But like I feel like that adolescent period would have been very interesting because I think even though she's told us certain things, she hasn't told us the full story. She hasn't told us exactly why she ended up in the group home. And that's fine. She doesn't have to, but I think there's more to it than what she has let on. Because that's not just like from misbehaving. It doesn't happen just from like talking back. You don't end up in the group home. There's more to it. And the fact that things were left unaddressed after that, I feel, is like what has led to today to some level. And, we were talking about before, like Foodie just like taking on, personalities and habits of those around her. I'm sure that she did the same thing in high school. So was that a contributing thing? Like she decided like she wanted to be part of this clique or this crew and then like engaged in certain negative behaviors that did make her wind up in the group home, or she took those behaviors and was doing them in the home. There's so many layers to this. Yeah. Although she denies it now. But if that's true, yeah, if she became like a menace and was like going after her little sister, that could have certainly led to like some type of like a diagnostic thing and thus like a group home being a better environment in order to keep herself and others safe. Yeah, she's not. I don't know. She said things like that don't bother her. And maybe there's something about that, like her not being scared of like her own demise that kind of lines up with the horror thing that we were talking about before, right? Like we were saying the horror movies like soothe her, calm her down or whatever. And then there's like this lack of fear of her demise. Like there's a connection there, I feel. I mean, The Fiend, like, yeah, I mean, we've seen little snippets of like how she would be just with the pets and Salah, and like, I think she easily turns on people. I mean, we saw how she was with Salah when he just wanted her to take a walk. Yeah, they soothe her. That's what we were before you came in, Big Korean. We were talking about that. She had said that like horror movies calm her and soothe her. And what's sad is that like some of the things that we're talking about could be rectified or they could be eased if she got herself the proper help. But she refuses to. Yeah, the whole security guard. My goodness, that was madness. Now, I think I said it before the last time, but I do think that like maybe the first time somebody complained about like the filming, but I do think people probably took advantage of that and were starting to call everywhere she went to, which was bringing on these types of interactions. But like what happened in that parking lot was complete madness. When I'm angry, there's no one I hate more. Yeah, she does say a couple of she throws out some gems. Yeah, she did. For sure, but she doesn't want to get on like the right meds, the right combinations, the right dosages of anything. Things that could like positively, potentially impact her mental and behavioral and physical health. I have this feeling that maybe like at some point she was like slightly on track, like maybe before the BB era, or early part of the BB era. Maybe. She does need therapy. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. She needs therapy and yeah, I think she needs both. For sure. Because she has like incorrect ways of perceiving and the world and thinking about things. And that meds are not going to change that. But she's resistant to therapy, and that probably has to do with her past. Even though therapy has changed like tremendously since 30 or so years ago that she was in the group home. Yeah, she had Salah running around getting her meds. Yep. Supposedly he had access to some degree because his sister was a pharmacist. Yes, they did. She was. Yeah. And that goes back to, again, it goes back to what she said about the 90-year-old sex addict, but it also goes back to, I think we discussed this maybe on the first stream, and I had put up a poll like foodies, does foodie want to be desired or admired? And I think it's hands down desired. And she probably feels that just like random people who come onto her or something is like an expression of them desiring her, not just somebody like just being selfish and gross. Like she sees that as her being desired and she wants to be desired. I think she said something about that recently too, which proved our point. Yes, she does, Bella Italian. She's got to do the addiction stuff first before she can like do the mental health stuff. Yeah. Because there's a lot of masking going on with substances and food. Her addictions are to both. So supposedly she is on mental health meds also. I don't know if she's consistent in taking them. So she was taking something in Syria. She switched the brand when she was in Syria to the cheaper ones. That's when she was like screaming, "Don't talk to me," and everything else that was going on. Like there was a shift in her when she switched her meds, but I doubt that she's on like the right ones now. Which makes me wonder, like, where is she getting her medication management? Where is she getting those? Oh boy. And I've said it before. I think, like, out of all the girls, if she got it together, she would do better. Like, she's the one of all the girls who can change if she really made an effort. But that's the thing. She's not making the effort. Yeah, he got her the mental health meds, the cheaper ones, which were like a couple of cents each, and things didn't go well when she switched over. Even though it's the same one, sometimes it's just like one ingredient that could make a difference. Although I think that was just like part of the story as to why she was reacting and behaving the way that she was when she was in Syria. I don't know. So even when doing nothing, Foodie gives us a lot to talk about because again, it's the things she says and the things that she doesn't say, and I don't think she realizes that fully. No. Insulin, metformin, at least one, if not more, mental health medications, and now she's doing the Ozempic. She's on multiple medications. Yeah, it's not, I don't know, her breathing alone. It is sad. It's sad because she's not doing anything to help herself. It's all talk, but nothing. There have been no actions to help herself despite all of her plans. Mm-mm. I would agree. It's not. And it's like she can walk. Did she need the scooter? No. Part of that is because she didn't want to walk. So again, she makes things more difficult for herself, more detrimental for herself. I don't know. And if all of the meds that we just talked about, and if there's more we're not aware of, but then if there is like, if there are substances involved too, that's like a terrible, like, terrible mix. You were in Syria in the 90s, Nora? Oh, wow. I bet it's changed a whole lot since then, unfortunately. Hey, we talked about it last time. If Foodie could, she would be back there right now. Forget world events, forget everything. It's just that she's not allowed to be. When she was having those crying spells when she first got back, I think if she were able to, during those big crying spells and breakdowns she was having, she would have gotten herself on a plane and gone back. See, you know what it is? I think like she can't discern now. She can't really fully discern the difference, perhaps. Like the online nonsense has become her reality. And that's all she kind of has right now. And it's the enablers and people like Anime who she's stuck with. It was charming, Nora. Aw. I'm sure it was. Yeah, her channel is, yeah, for sure. For sure, because she's getting the positive reinforcement lots of the time, which allows her to keep cycling. And even if she gets something negative off of her channel, she comes back trying to disprove things and puts energy into that. Yeah, that would be horrible if there is some type of like something that happens on live, given how long she is live. Ugh. Yep, that too. That too. She has said many times that she would not do any of this for free, right? But then like she just whatever she earns, she's just buying junk with it. Yeah, she is. And she said she likes the attention. She's always wanted to be famous. Sergeant Wobbles, I agree. They're done. They want no part of this. Yes, unless he were to get to Canada, that would be the only way. But yeah, she is not welcome in Syria. And she told us that that's what they said. I don't care what you do with her as long as it's not in Syria. She knows that that's why Salah's father went there the very next day after she left. He's trying to make sure she doesn't go back. That's why she says if she were to ever go back, she'd have to stay in a hotel. Yeah, that's my impression too, Nora. Genuine and kind, exactly. And they were kind to her. That's the thing. Remember the auntie at the door who was like knocking at the door during a live and she was just sitting there eating and she's like, Salah's not here. Didn't even go to the door to tell the auntie in person. What? Yeah, I know. Only Kimberly. It would have to be like a wellness check or something that would lead to people like trying to help or knowing. Yeah, what Bay Korean is saying, yeah. They were supportive of her, the aunties, but then it's like if you're being antisocial, you're saying you want nothing to do with them. You don't want to take part in family functions and events. You're locking yourself in the room, locking the children outside of the room. You always want to be alone. You're ruining Salah's like family activities because you don't want him to go anywhere. How are they supposed to welcome you, to continue to accept you? And who knows what other weird and like rude things that she did. I think so too, Bay Korean. They know. Yeah. Trying to teach her how to cook and do all of those things. But like, she doesn't like that. She wants to be left alone. She just wants Salah fetching things for her and that's it. She wants her caretaker. Nope, nothing. And that's the thing. Like she has like certain skills that she could like with practice like improve on. Like it's gotten worse, but like at one point her artwork and like her sketches were fairly decent. Like she could have taken art classes to improve on that and do something. She decided she was going to do Pilates. That lasted all of like a day or two. That was it. Like she bought the book to study the Quran. I think she said it was like Quran, like a simplified version. We see it on the floor. Probably hasn't read like more than 2 pages of it, if that. Like no interests at all. And she said all she wants to do is do nothing and seal. And that to me is mind-boggling. Yes, she did. Big Korean. She said that they were going off her. That's horrible. People who like took you in and were kind to you, and that's how you're treating them? Nope. She doesn't want to socialize with anybody. She wants to stay in a room and, like I've said before, have Salah throw a bag of food at her. Yep, that's it. Yeah, exactly. Language classes at the very least. Even if they're online. Even if they're online. And exactly, when she came here back, didn't she say that she was going to do Islamic counseling? Even that hasn't happened. Nothing has happened. Hi, Lamp Lover. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. I'm glad you do. We do things a little bit differently over here, so I'm glad you do. The learning of the Quran was a gift from Allah. I don't know. She hasn't learned anything. Hasn't even tried, I don't think. Yeah, she hates hobbies. I know. I'm sure his dad is very happy that she's not there. Yep. She said wants to do nothing, just wants to seal, and yeah, the eating, which I guess is a given. The alternate universe where she was in the pool every day and took 30 minutes of aerobic every day for 3 years. She would be. She absolutely would be. Excellent point. Yes. Can you imagine? Just being in the pool, taking some language. She'd be a completely different person. But yet we talked about last time how like she never even learned the currency. She was trying to count the other day, a couple of days ago, and like she couldn't remember that either. She really did. She blew those opportunities. It's like Foodie Beauty from Cornwall ended up in Syria and like didn't do much with that. But yet like her goal and her dream is to be like a travel vlogger. It's like you had two huge opportunities. But you did nothing with them. And even when she would go to other places, she would just sit in the hotel. I'm sorry, but that is not traveling. But she likes to throw that in people's faces. Like, have you traveled? Have you been here? Have you? That's not traveling. Going to a hotel, sitting in a hotel is not traveling. That's just going from like one place, one apartment to another, one room to another. And swimming would have been the best thing for her because it would have been better for her joints. It really does look gorgeous. I agree. Foodie didn't show us much of it. I think once she did. She had lots of chances. Like, you want to be a travel vlogger? Now's your chance, but she did nothing with it. Yeah, sitting and ordering room, that is not traveling. Sorry, it's not. In my opinion, it is not. You're not interacting with the culture. You're not exploring. You're not learning anything. You're just doing more of the same. Sitting in a room and eating something that's probably not good for you. Sorry, Queen Size, what didn't you see? I think I missed something scrolling by. But yeah, squandered opportunities. Oh, Syria. Yeah, we didn't see much of Syria, not from Foodie at least. I think we got like a vlog. We saw a lot of KFG though. You did see that, I'm sure. And I think she admit relatively recently, and she said that like Salah would have to get her KFG like every day. Can you imagine the aunties seeing that? The aunties who make the home cooked meals and everything, watching Salah run around trying to get the food. Like, it's nuts. Exactly. You would think so, right? To speak to the in-laws doesn't have to be perfect, just a little bit. It heals your back when you could barely walk for months. Wow. See? Yeah. It would have helped her so much and would have been easier than anything else that she could attempt to do. Easier in the sense is like more gentle on her body. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the fiend. I think so too. For sure. For sure. I mean, she said that the neighbor came to the door and said, "What happened this time?" Embarrassing to the family, insulting to the family, just like not interacting with them, just terrible. Yeah, we didn't see anything in Qatar. Nothing. We saw her in a room. Oh, she likes that KFG though. It sure would. The now famous quote, right? "Don't talk to me." Probably it was an escape, like a little bit of a break. Like the ride to the KFG and back was just like a couple of minutes of quiet for him, probably. Sad to say, but I mean, they don't even want her seeing the house. She did threaten to break it. So once again, it's like things of her own doing. You're banned from Syria. That's your own doing. It is embarrassing. A whole village having stories about you. You're an international menace who got like banned from two countries in the Middle East? Yeah. Yeah, right? Taking mini breaks to the KFG. That is pretty smart. Mm-mm. Not one, but two countries in the Middle East that she's banned from. Although, of course, she denies it now and tries to spin a different story, but we know. We saw it go down. Well, every time he would try to get her to improve something, it looks like it would end up in an argument or a fight or she would get nasty. Him wanting her to go to the pool, argument. Him wanting her to take a walk, argument. So I think like he got the treadmill, remember? So he did make efforts, but she lacks any type of motivation whatsoever. And there's only so much he can do. Like, didn't she go to Qatar? She comes back and there's a whole treadmill that he had like bought and put together or something. Like, he tried. Or maybe it was when she went to Canada. One of the trips she came back and he had the treadmill. Yeah. Yeah, and she thinks that our memories are as poor as hers, but they're not. She is a manipulator. She was trying to say that she would expose him if he was going to try to force her to take a walk one time. Yeah, the workout room. Yep. Yeah, I think so too, the Fiend. He really did try. He probably is like, okay, she's here. Like, she wasn't going to go back. So he did, yeah. I think at some point, somewhere along the line, I think there was some type of a friendship there. And yeah, he was the employee and she was his employer and all of that stuff. But like, that said, he didn't have to do those things, right? He didn't have to get the treadmill. He didn't have to try to encourage her to be more mobile, but he did. He did try. And yeah, I would say he put up with things because, like, they were sharing an apartment. Granted, it seems like they had two separate bedrooms. But, like, imagine walking into the apartment and there's, like, bottle mountains everywhere. He told us this is true. And now we have, looking at how this current apartment is, we believe that. So you walk into the apartment and there's just, like, piles of bottles everywhere for no reason whatsoever. So, yeah, I would say he did put up with certain things, which is probably why he wasn't around that much. To clean her? The man can only do so much. And in that sense, just thinking about him and the swordfish, like, yeah, he did do more for her than swordfish, obviously, in that sense. In like trying to get her to do better and be better. And also trying to, like, I mean, he helped her pay down some of her debts. Try to show her how to, like, not behave in public with certain things and not to be uncouth. Somehow she does. I don't know how she's able to accumulate so much trash so quickly. But I think it's because she orders more than the regular person does, and then it just piles up. Most people don't order like 3 or 4 times a day and let it sit there. Yeah, Christmas presents. She did steal his snacks. And the lock, yeah. She was talking about the doorbell the other day, saying like that it wasn't a floor bell. I'm not convinced that it was, that there was a bell on the floor either, but I think like the lock, yeah, he would lock his room. The vomit ladling. Oh, I wonder if that story is fully true. The floor bell, yeah. Yeah, I don't think there was a floor bell. A lock, yeah. Interesting times in Kuwait and Syria, that's for sure. And once again, that was her own doing. She got thrown out of Kuwait, or chased out of Kuwait for that matter, because of her own doing. Thank you, Siwas. Thank you so much for being here. Don't thank me, thank you. Hopefully, you'll be around for the next one. I'll try to give everybody a little bit more notice. Good night. Thank you. Thanks again. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, The Fiend, for being here. Hope to see you again. She's an interesting character to parse out. Exactly. Exactly. I don't think he will, though. I don't think he will, at least not in the near future. I think he would just prefer to just like fade into the background. I think that's what his family would prefer. I don't think they want him to be public about anything, or anything that would reinforce any ties that he and Foodie have. We would get information from other sources, maybe like this whole thing about him being married and having a kid due. Like, I don't think Salah would necessarily, I could be wrong. I don't think he would necessarily come out and say anything, but we would hear from these other third parties, like we're hearing now, if it's true. Ah, Sergeant Wobbles, you think? And that's why she's being so secretive and said, oh, I can't tell you guys? You know, I did a video a long time ago about like Salah's behaviors, and like when he was around versus when he wasn't around, and what was going on, that kind of like touched on that as well. People didn't seem to think that that was the case, but just like there was like a lot of clues. I need to remember what the title of that was, but it's there. It's somewhere. Like what the business really could be. And this is when they were still in Kuwait. This was before Syria. How long he's been gone, I know. Maybe since he said that Malaysia's not happening. Maybe Malaysia wasn't happening because he like met this the other wife. Imagine that's why. Like all this time I'm sitting here thinking like he's not going to Malaysia because he doesn't want to be stuck in a hotel with her all the time since she's like not doing anything to improve her state. But like what if Malaysia's off because like there is a new wife? Oh boy. We shall see. One thing we can be sure of is that, like most things, whether it's foodie or just in general, but always foodie, like things come to the surface, things come to light. Sometimes it's because she tells us herself, other times it's because just like they just do. He didn't know about it, queen size match. He had no idea. This all happened. The Malaysia thing happened at the end of December. She announced to everyone while she was sitting in her rental car at that time that Salah is taking her to Malaysia for her birthday. Shortly thereafter, I don't know, 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, he comes into the chat. It was him. People were like, oh, you're taking her for her birthday. He had absolutely no clue. I think that it started off as a lie. I know many people think there was never a Malaysia ever, and that might be the case, but I think that it started off as a lie. There was no trip, and then she decided, like, hey, well, why not? It's a place he can go to. I'll be able to see him. I want to do something for my birthday. My birthday should be acknowledged. And she put it into motion. And I think she purchased the flights and the hotels and set everything up for the both of them. And he probably said, I'll go, but you have to be in better shape, better condition, be able to do things. She didn't hold up her end of the bargain, so he walked away from it. That's what I think, or have thought up until now, is how it went down. He did not know anything. And then again, it was also that conversation when he had no clue that he started saying like, oh yeah, Malaysia. Okay, we'll do a Beezer trip to Malaysia. And he started in jest inviting all of the Beezers. And that's when that ECP started talking naughty to him. And Foodie started getting upset because she thought that like he was really organizing some type of a trip. And that's when she was allegedly done with him, broke up with him, doesn't want to have anything to do with him. He was doing the same things that he was doing in the past. So I think that like that's how that all went down. Started off as just like a lie to the Beezers. She decided to make it a reality. He agreed with conditions and walked away from it. Could be wrong, but it seems like it's very possible. And she operates that way. So it's not like outside of like her behavior. She confuses herself. She does. Because she gets bent out of shape by like the wrong things. And she goes from extremes about caring about every little thing that somebody will say or an opinion or something to not caring at all. Took her money with him. Maybe. And I think that's why she was on the phone the other day trying to get in touch with the airline. She was trying to say that I think like they were trying to rebook or whatever. She was calling on behalf of Salah because he couldn't get through or anything like that. Like, no. I think she didn't get the proper refund that she was expecting and she was trying to sort it out. Oh no, imagine. Imagine, did she book their honeymoon? Uh-oh. Did she know there was going to be a wife and that's why she kept talking about second wife stuff? Like, eventually we'll find out. I think I lost you guys there for a moment. Oh, I was saying, who here thinks that? Yes, I am here on. Yep. I think I lost sound there for a little bit. Can you guys hear now? Hello, hello, hello. Am I back? Am I back? Oh, okay, great. Good. Okay. Perfect. I was saying, like, how many of you think that there is an actual wife? Or do you think that that's just a rumor that somebody made up? You do. Oh. Like his dad made sure to like marry him off quickly before like Foodie pulls some like scheme and is back in the picture. All right. You guys think there's a wife? Interesting. He already has. Oh, you do? You think there's children already too? Well, the person did say that the new wife is due in September, which would mean that the pregnancy occurred right around November, which would be very shortly after Foodie left. So it's within the realm of time and possibility. The friend said she was a project, that Foodie was a project like a method to get to Canada since he wasn't able to do it on his own. I think he was trying to be like a Tinder schemer, scammer, whatever the case may be, and it just like turned out in an unexpected way for him. He got a lot more than what he bargained for. He was hoping for a sugar mama, but he got like a lot more than that. He got all of like the behaviors, the angst, the yelling, everything. So that's a project that didn't go well, if that's what his friend was saying. But we'll see. Well, thank you all for being here and chatting and catching up on Foodie Beauty and her antics and the latest disaster that she has created, which is her living situation. Her story about waking up to his family and home. The divorce papers was true and it was divorce and she left. Well, she was blaming Noor for that. She claims that like Noor was the one who created whatever document it is that she signed, and she doesn't even know what she signed, according to her. I wouldn't be surprised if like it was divorce documents or something saying like she could have agreed like I'll never step foot in Syria again. But yeah, it's like why Noor? I thought she was cool with Noor, I guess until she wasn't. But y'all remember how happy he was in that ride when he was driving her to the airport? Oh, welcome back, queen size matches. He was happy when he was driving her to the airport. He was chipper. He was like, oh yeah, you're going to be on like a 25-hour flight. She was going home. The documents were signed. But he was maintaining up until a point contact and communication with her. And now it appears that that is less and less and perhaps non-existent. He didn't wish her a happy Eid because he didn't have a charger. Thank you, Only Me, Kimberly. Thank you for being here. And for talking through it with us. So maybe we'll do another one of these soon because, as I mentioned earlier, I have to go see where she spills the beans on herself and refers to Teardrop as Salah and vice versa. I have to go see that clip and share my thoughts. So thank you again, everyone, for hanging out this evening. Thank you for making it enjoyable, watching Barbecue Chillin's video where we got to see a lot and hear a lot. And hear about Salah's MBA. So thank you all for being here. It is very late where I am right now. And we will do another one of these soon. Soon. I'll try to be a little bit more, like, let you guys know earlier to the extent that I can. But thank you all for being here again. And have a good rest of your evening or a good day, depending on where you are. Thanks all.